Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last round of Aeroflot Open. Finally, after all these 5 crazy days, we'll know the winners, we know the losers, we know who will end up being on top, and probably the players who will win or lose just today. To remind you, the current standings are that we have the sole leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's on 6.5 out of 8, with 4 players behind by half a point: Alexei Kaganov, Hans Niemann, Richie Rapid, and Andrei Yesipenko. So most likely, the winner will be someone out of these 5 players. And we have a huge group of people who are on 5.5 out of 8, about 15 players approximately, or even more probably, really long list. And all these players obviously fighting for a very big prizes, but most probably will not compete for first or second prize. Just to remind you, the prizes are really good. The first prize is 4 million rubles, while the last 15th place will get you 200,000 rubles, also very decent amount. So the players are worth of showing their best. And okay, the last round is just about to start. Jan is scheduled to play black against Alexei Kaganov. No idea if Alexei will try to gamble and to go all in, or he will try to make a quick draw with white, or sort of it. Hans Niemann with white plays against Richie Rapids, so heavyweights meeting each other. Hans was complaining yesterday in our studio that okay, he was upset with this quick draw with black against Nepo, that he wanted to play, he wished to play, but okay, this 95-93 called him. So okay, let's see if he will stuck to his words and he will play with white. Of course, we wish so. Alexander Grishuk with white takes on Andrei Yesipenko, but Alexander has a half a point less, so but he has a white pieces. Then a big group of players on 5.5, most of them playing, okay, there are a few a bit surprising names in that group. To name one is Danilo Pavlov. Okay, he's famous for his solving abilities, but he was not yet known as a strong player, but he won 5 games in a row, 5. I think nobody won 5 games in a row in that tournament, so, and he climbed to position with +3, but he began 0 out of 2, I think, so. He plays against Danisha Bardier, and okay, I don't know if the Iranian player has to be happy about such a pairings, or he has some individual thoughts about a bit misfortune, let's say. So you see the game of the leader has just started. Alexei, quite experienced player, he knows how to play solid chess. He proved to be a player whom very not easy to beat. But of course, the big question: does he ambitious or not? Does he wants to play and to give it all, or he thinks that the draw against Jan, securing +4, securing some very decent place and decent price could be a smarter strategy. So for this, of course, we don't know. Jan, as we saw yesterday and we saw previously, is quite a practical player, so he can allow himself making some short draws and to secure some very high spots. Okay, also just to remind you that since the players are trying to qualify for the candidates tournament, it's kind of important to take this circuit points. Because okay, it's Aeroflot Open in itself, but it's included in the all year schedule, and the players who are playing these strong tournaments are trying to get the circuit points to help them to qualify for the candidates tournament. And in that aspect, if let's say Jan takes the first place or shares the first place, obviously it's very profitable beginning of the year because he gets some points, and he'll be in this competition to qualify to play the next candidates tournament. Okay, the Catalan can be quite. Can be very quiet, can be very complicated, can be something in between, depends on players. Hans is absent, the tradition is there. Alexander Gishuk looks like also absent, tradition is there. Okay, then we started from the quicker players. Arseniy Nesterov with white plays against Leia Garifulina. Both players are on +2. So they are not fighting for probably for some first 6-7 places, but if any of them wins, he can probably share some very, very decent plays. So we have Reti with white, a typical morning choice. You probably slept not so much, you decided not to prepare crazily, and okay, we've seen it already. I think it was the game Rostovtsev versus Leia. I think Dmitry took on d5, e5, knight e5, knight e4, and I was a bit commenting on that. So Leia is very trustful to her openings. She simply repeats, not being afraid of any prep from her opponents. Daniil Dubov plays Uskov Artem. Both of them had some ups and downs in that tournament. Artem lost a bit beautiful game yesterday to Vladislav Artemiev. He had a great position with +3. Daniil is quite solid. He has no losses. He already taught us that despite his style, despite his experiments, he's a player who very, very rarely loses a game, and that's actually a great mark of his ability for chess. But the problem is not only about that you rarely loses, but also the other question, how often you can win. And so far he's only with 2 wins and 6 draws. So he's on slightly strange position with +2. Okay, so he plays Artem. Obviously he's in a situation all-in. To my understanding, I think +2 is not worth of a try, but +3, at least it is some chances to get the prize, some chances maybe to get very low points for the circuit, but still low points are better than none. So we have knight f3 d6 and knight c3, knight f6. Artem probably suggesting to play neither or something like this, and bishop e2. As usual, the Neil first to deviate from something main. Bishop e2 is not very, very common, but I think I remember seeing it against some Pulsani. If black goes knight c6, c6, actually bishop e2 is quite a popular move and contains a certain amount of venom. Against d6, when the pawn goes to e5, and therefore blocking whites in the center. About this, I don't know. Obviously, black has a decent choice. He can go knight c6, c6, e5, g6, bishop d7. So whatever comes to mind. Okay, after g6, d4, white can play actually the main lines in the Ragan variation. With bishop, it is not being such a silly or stupid move. So g6 is a bit questionable if Artem is unprepared. Knight c6 can be d4, and we're not getting a typical neither with knight on d7. In case of a6, white probably makes short castle, and if b5, probably Daniil has something in mind, maybe still to go with d4, and this early 6b5 already changes the whole steam of the game. Okay, e5 is also an option, because normally white's supposed to have the bishop on c4. Okay, the bishop is already committed to e2, so either it will be loss of a tembe, or just black just goes e5, bishop 7, short castle, knight, okay, some normal play. White needs to prove why this bishop on e2 stands better than the bishop on c4, but of course it's a playable way of making things. Denis Lozovich plays Sergei Lobanov. These two players are on +3. So whoever wins, he takes something big. And if draw, then just a good and decent result. So London system, knight d2 e6, c3, knight h5, f6, bishop to h4, g6. So basically some reversed Slav for white is enjoying being 1.5 tempi up, it seems. Danish Farbardier, okay, some knight f3, b3, bishop b2 against pile of Danila. So I think Danila is, I don't know if he is strong at openings. I think he has his own view on what should be played, how should be played. So it makes him also sometimes dangerous and unpredictable. But in the modern chess, of course, the number of experiments which you can allow to yourself are quite limited, because okay, the mighty and heavy prep can stop you from all this joy. Yaroslav Remizov plays against Maxim Motlakov, also both players on 5.5, and we have sort of two knights defense. After d3, okay, black has bishop e7, bishop c5 as the main options, but also h6 is sort of quite trendy still. And I already discussed here in studio that I tried to play it a bit with black, but and even tried to play it a bit with white. But again, once again, I need to admit that I'm far from understanding what's really goes on, and the number of such misunderstandings of mine are just numerous, I would say. Aram Kapyan plays Ilyushonak, also a group of +3, and we have Pulseni, knight c3, queen c7. A fighting choice by Ilya. He actually has a solid system at his repatcher too. He can go for Berlin with black. He can play Caro sometimes. So the choice of opening probably means that he wants to give a fight and to try to take something big, at least to give himself a chance. Okay, looks like a good choice. Sava continuing his dialogue with the top players in this Rosalima with bishop b5 e6. So he certainly believes in his prep and his understanding of this type of the positions. On the 7th round, he beat here with black pieces Shamsidin Vahidov, and it went the same way, take, probably d3, it was the sort of same, yes, queen c7, and I think here Shamsidin played some knight c3, b3, he played in a quite a slow fashion, okay, some h4, h5 were included, and Raunak, of course, he shouldn't be surprised with that opening choice by Sava, so let's see what did he prepare. If he will follow the steps of the Uzbeki player, or he will choose his independent line, or he will go by theory, who knows. Sergei Drigalov plays against Amin Tapataba, and we have the famous h6, which we also seen quite often here. I can't say that I understand it that much, but okay, if people are playing, then okay, again, let's believe that people are sort of aware of what they're doing. Bishop d2, c5, e3. Okay, white just plays normally with an idea to go bishop d3 short castle, trying to say that okay, I'm doing all the normal moves. Okay, you made already some h6. Okay, it's not bad. It's quite useful, but it's maybe not a first necessity, so white can hope to get maybe little but stable initiative. So c takes, e takes, and that's just a normal play with h6 included. Vlad is usually takes his time, so c4, knight f6, and again some sort of a bit of frozenness from him. Either he needs some time to come to concentrate, or he likes to feel maybe the atmosphere which is surrounding the board or flying in the air, or he's taking some momentum to get some additional info from his, I don't know, from his angels or something else. But he's normally, after first move or second move, he takes quite a considerable amount of time. And okay, obviously there is still nothing to think about objectively, but he's always slow with his first moves. Alexander Grishuk, Andrei Sipenko, Russian defense, knight x5, so d6 or knight e4 here. Let's wait a bit. Alexander, he has +3, and Andrei Sipenko has +4. So knight f3, knight f4, knight c3, the main classical line. And okay, let's see how it will proceed. Will Alexander try to play, or both players would be less ambitious today? Nobody knows. Hans e4 and reaches c5. Great beginning of the game. So both players showing some readiness to go to some open fight. So knight f3, knight c6, and okay, Hans went bishop b5, d6, and again black is avoiding g6. So it's one of the biggest revelation for me about the modern chess, that actually g6 is out from any present play. So d6 or e6, while when I was playing it was g6 non-stop. So a big change for me. Here's some classical line, bishop f4, nothing special goes on, still a theory with lots of games. So mostly we need to see if both players, or at least one of two, wishes to play till the very end. Here's a double fianchetto. Black is choosing the line. Okay, d4 is still possible. Knight c6 is also okay. e3, and now black, apart from some moves like d4, he can go to b6 also, some bishop b7, bishop b6 even sometimes, and the game will be in a more positional waters. S6 is played by Artyom. Actually, I don't know why f4 white needed. Castle b5, d4 is maybe something was not satisfactory for Daniil. Otherwise, it looks pretty normal to play. Here's this inclusion f6, f4. Let's say makes possible to go g6 because okay, this dangerous lines in dragon with the long castle. Probably white will never play with that f6, f4 included, and that means that most probably white after g6 would go to some positional lines which are normally considered to be about equal. So that's the one choice for Artyom, and okay, the other choice is knight c6, but still black needs to reckon with d4. Against after knight c6, takes. And if white wants to play some Scheveningen, then okay, f4 fits. Here's the typical structure arrived. White has two bishops, and okay, they can enjoy it for some time. Black are extremely solid, no weaknesses, nicely placed their pieces, so hard for white to make some progress, but overall two bishops are still two bishops. Oleg Vastruhin against Pavel Pankratov. So a famous knight f3 g3 from Oleg. It is his pet and favorite way of beginning the game. Knight f6, short castle, e5, e4, and bishop e7, suggesting white to decide upon the pawn structure in the center, and white goes c3 as the most direct way. So doesn't matter what you do, I want to go d4. I don't know if knight takes c4, what white intends. It's a bit of a question. Okay, d4 is a bit unpleasant if I can manage to go d4 without any rook e1 or sort of it. And but knight e4 of course comes to mind. If knight e5, take, bishop e4, d5. A bit in doubt why white plays c3. Okay, maybe a possible way of playing. So what can be possibly wrong with knight takes f4? Hard to say. Looks like absolutely normal move and normal choice by black. Rudik Makaryan, who spent maybe the most of the time at the board. He was trying and pushing and squeezing. He was really trying hard, and so finally Kaisa gifted him a well-deserved win in round 8, and now he's on a group with +2, hoping, of course, to continue his success and gets to +3, which will be, of course, a very good result at such a tournament. And we have a Catalan against an Iranian player who played the most famous and evergreen rook endgame yesterday. Vadim Zvyagintsev versus Artyom Pingin. Big question, who and how much is ambitious here. Vadim seems to be ready to shake hands at every move. And so the question goes to young player from Ekaterinburg. Does he has any fool remaining? Does he wants to also to give it a try and fight for the +3, or he also can accept the draw? Let's hope for the first. And next we have Kasyan Vahe, some unknown player to me before the tournament, but he's on +2 and adding around 60 points of fellow. So it means once again, if you face such a FIDE master on title Tuesdays and you lose to him, it should be not be taken by surprise, and of course it should be no any report like Kamsky is doing, or maybe it should not be immediately in some pen like Vladimir Kramnik is doing. So okay, just present FIDE masters quite often can play on a grandmaster level, so no surprises that you can from time to time lose the game. He played against Polina Shuvalova. She also recovered from a bit slow start. She won a couple of games in a row, and so both players obviously hoping that the win can be very important. And I think that both of them will just do their best. Okay, Queen b6. Be a bit of a question for white. What does he want? Okay, Queen b3. It's a possible way, but maybe not very ambitious. And okay, Queen c1, just pretending I'm playing Caro with extra tempo. Okay, that's of course a possible line of play. Next we have Maxim Volkov against the Hearts of Vladimir. Some Benoni with some knight e6, bishop e5. Not really aware of such a play. Looks a bit shaky to my taste, but okay, Vladimir decided that okay, enough of some boring stuff in the tournament. Let's just enjoy. At least if you remember what he played on the 8th round against Stanislav Bukreev, it's not a comical evergreen. It's like a real evergreen game. despite its any objective estimation. It was really, really wonderful to watch. Here, very untypical play by black. G6. Not a very common choice. Rook e1, e5. Takes. d3. Golden classic. Back like 20 years ago. It was almost a tabia. And I remember I played it with either color, especially also on internet. I played in numerous games. Okay, if only I knew how much it would be in vain, then yeah, maybe I should have done some studies instead. Matvey Galchenko against Shamsidin Wahidov. Okay, these players already on +1, so basically they're not even fighting for some prizes, they're just fighting for the chess truth, the chess beauty in itself. Anyway, the game is a game, you still need to play it and show your best. Okay, bishop b5, third move, knight d4, knight f3, f6, bishop d3. Not an easy system to play with white, but also it requires a certain knowledge from black. I used to study it a bit from the white side, but I always felt that okay, it's a little bit heavy, at least for me. Even I like some unusual position of the pieces, and I like to experiment and all that. But even to my tastes, I felt that no, probably that should not be my regular weapon. So d5 played, c3 reply, and okay, position just has not yet settled. Aydin Suleimanli against Ivan Rozum. Ivan also recovered after a couple of losses he suffered in the first round. He went to a minus zone. Now he gloriously returned, and he's on +1. So anyway, the tournament went quite okay for him. But now he plays a very strong grandmaster from Azerbaijan, and let's see what's happened here. Sort of London. Okay, a white choice. 11 a.m. last round, sort of it. London comes handy. Bishop c3, bishop d6, bishop d3, knight e4, take, g3. And okay, so black enjoys the pair of bishop, white enjoys an easy play. David Paravyan, also one of the favorites in many tournaments. This tournament went very, very tough to him. He started off really, really poorly, but also he successfully recovered. Now he's on +1. Okay, not yet enough to get something very available, but if he wins +2, it will be some consolation for him that despite all the troubles at the beginning, he finished with a very, very decent play. So neither of with knight b3, e6, f4. Okay, I remember some g4 here. That's probably that's all I can remember. That it was some idea that if black replies e6, white's supposed to go g4. And okay, but white is not supposed to go g4. White can go with f4. Knight c6, bishop d3, bishop e7. Can you imagine that I was playing queen b6 lines? Okay, just to remind you, let's say this. Say knight c6, d4, cd, d4, queen b6. I was actually playing the system with black, even against the good GMs. Okay, I was not playing it regularly, but from time to time. But against Topalov, against Talmash in classical chess, okay, not counting even my experience with the shorter time controls. Okay, the main idea was just to ask this knight to go to b3. Okay, black is losing tempos because bishop b3 comes with the tempos. Some other moves can also be coming with the tempo. But back then I thought, okay, if I can ask this knight to stay away from the center, I can even spend a tempo or even more. And nowadays chess shows you that knight b3, e6, f4, knight c6, bishop d3. So it's like I'm playing my queen b6 system 2 tempos up. 2 times for black. I thought even there I'm not dying, but this would be just a dream to me. Okay, that's just to explain how much the modern chess has changed comparing to times when I was active player. The change is really huge. Saham Kamotra against Shimanov Alexander. Not really a huge success for Alexander in that tournament, but still the last game could at least possibly improve his moves. These combinations of moves I've never seen, even though I'm playing King's Indian for 35 to 40 years, and I think it never crossed the mind of any of my opponents, and it never crossed the mind when I was a white player. So probably I will skip this game. Sorry, Mr. Soham, but I'm too old to rock and roll. Okay, castle shot. Bishop e7. We have Matinyan Nikita against Manuel Petrosyan. The classic d3, d6, c4 requires actually some understanding how to play chess. Bishop e3, knight d7, knight c3, rook b8. b8, some prophylactic moves. If I take on c6, okay, bc6 comes with tempi, and maybe sometimes black can have this b5 as an option. So sort of a nice and useful move. Rook b8. Lev Zverev, also the guy who yet made just one draw. He has 4 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw, and a very fighting player. He plays against Dmitry Bocharov, who opted for neither with black. Obviously, both players has nothing to lose. Okay, the draw gives 0 to both of them. And okay, the win is probably not getting to prizes, but at least the win is a win. So bishop e7, bishop g5. And okay, the game has just started. Mikhail Nikitenko, also a very fighting player. He plays extremely quick, as far as I can see. He has little to hesitate about. He normally plays Zhuzh in a very quick motion. Plays Ramil Fedorahmanov, and after 6, okay, all the fight ahead. Nikita Afanasyev against Isaac Parpiv. Isaac showed a very decent and very mature play. He's just 16, 17, around that age. No, maybe not even 16, 17. He must be less, maybe 14, 15. He's the current champion under 17. And the way he plays, to my taste, he shows a good potential to go forward and forward. So e5, d4, take, should be 5. I can't say that I so much away with the theory here. Check on e2, bishop e6, bishop c2, take. So black picks up the pawn, white gets some lead in the development, bishop e7, and okay, white needs to prove a bit. Castle long. Okay, it's time for some active chess. Okay, white's lead on the development really nice, but just after a long castle, white should not forget about some moves like bishop e3, which may be a bit annoying. The idea is to take on b2. If white goes, okay, bishop g5, still I can go queen b2. Okay, in this position, I cannot go. Let's say long castle, bishop e3, bishop g5, takes, bishop so rook d8 mate. But in some other positions, it can be an option. So let's say if long castle, short castle, let's say some h4, because you can. So let's say bishop e3 looks absolutely possible. White will have some troubles in protecting that pawn. So sometimes you need to watch out for such jumps, but okay, obviously Nikita is a very experienced player, so everyone knows. Okay, let's go back to see if some results are there or not. If some results are there or not. So these two players seem to be repeating moves. Knight bd2, knight h5, bishop e3, knight f6, bishop f4, knight h5, bishop e3, knight f6, knight f4. So what? The game has ended. Yeah, the arbiter came. Okay, the game has ended. Jan shows a big practical approach because the loss is huge, the win gains less, so draw is absolutely fair. So he secures sharing the first place, and only two players can, only three players can possibly catch him, but because there are only two games, so only two of them. And Andrei Zipenko plays black against Alexander Grichuk, so it's really a tough task. And Hans Niemann reached Rapat. Okay, so of course, if someone wins, he wins, but if nobody, then it can be enough to secure the first place. So Jan makes a short draw, a very, very practical approach. So his last two games were not of not being too long. Okay, here we have rook e1, s6, bishop c6, bishop c6, okay, d4, takes, rook c8, c4, c3, 6, b3, bishop b7, bishop b2, short castle. Okay, white enjoys a typical Morozevich bint, a typical advantage with space. Black has potentially two bishops, no weaknesses, and if white takes on c6, it's still, like, to my taste, it's forever slightly better, but really, really, really hard to break black. So Hans is thinking, Hans is probably chewing something. So it's a nice part of the day to combine both. Tomorrow, if we all remember, he starts to play his match against Daniil Dubov. 18 games, the time control 3+2. Kind of lots of ego is on stakes. Let's say there are fewer money, but lots of ego. And also it's understood that the loser of the match may proceed through this the detector of lie, and at least has to answer at least one question. Or maybe they can agree that the loser answers as many questions as it would be his amount of how much does he lose at the match. Let's say if he's on -1, then okay, one question, -2, two questions, -3, three questions. So it would be also important how much someone wins. Then he can torture his opponent for more questions under this public surveillance. Okay, so who knows what these two guys can invent more? But obviously, for both of them, it's quite an important match, I would say. Both of them really wishes to win. Let's say Ricci against Andrei Yesipenko, it was also an interesting match. Also some clash of characters and so on. But somehow I'm not feeling that these stakes were so high. Okay, I might be mistaken, of course. Maybe these two players are thinking opposite, but from a side view, I never felt that it's something about the big stakes. But here, my feeling that stakes are quite high. Okay, let's move on. Here we have the main, one of the main lines against Petrov, bishop e3, and plan with a long castle for white. Knight f6, bishop 3. My son is a much bigger expert in that line than I am. If he would be here in studio, he can explain it really quick and easy. He plays it on a regular basis. He studies this, he checks this, and he already had some theoretical battles with the Indian kids on the world championships. I'm not following these debates, and I'm not trying to help him with any comp prep, but overall it is his main weapon. I used to play a bit with black when I was around 25, so around 2002, 2003. I never felt it's easy to be played from the black side. I always felt it should be, at least for me, much easier to be played from the white side. Okay, positions probably objectively equal, but just easier going from the white side. Some a3 move. I don't know if it's main, it's not main, I have no idea. Okay, sometimes it's useful because anyway, bishop e6, queen e5, all these moves are coming with the tempo, and okay, maybe a3 is sort of nice and universal. Here the players went finally to knight f3, g6, and b4. Okay, why not? Enough of b3, we can go b4. So e3, d3, b5, knight b7. Oh no, f4 first. Short castle, knight b7. Okay, some fighting type of plays. The pawn on f4 is a bit of okay, not like it's not like Dubas, but it can be good, it can be bad. So because it's separated from the other pawns, if I manage to stop it to control it, it can be potentially a weakness. If not so, then okay, then f4 disturbs white. Let's say knight c3 at 3. Bishop c1, maybe some e4 even, so white needs to consider all this active play from black. And but at the same time, if white, as I told you, finishes the development and controls the game, then potentially the f4 pawn can be weak. Here lots of exchanges happened. Take rook c1, take, and d6. Maybe that's a possible way of playing. I think it just gives white an easy play. Bishop e2, not to d3. Okay, bishop e2 is also okay. Knight to d7, short castle, b4, queen to e7, queen c2, knight f6, rook e1. Okay, white I think just enjoys a slightly better position, just more easier to play. White has some potential play on the queen side, while it's not yet clear how black wants to settle the pieces. a5 played. Now it's a question if I just go a3 and to keep it, or if b5, then maybe if black gets in time b6, bishop b7, and white is not in time with some c5, then this might be okay for all black. Anyway, f5 is again a little bit provocative move, I would say, and the quality is under its certain doubt. Let's say, yeah, because okay, if white goes b5, b6, c5, I don't know if black is on time to control this. So a bit of a questions. Here the same line, b3, also Raonak played the same. Kind of surprised, is it something main for white to go b3, d3? Okay, let's look and learn. d6, knight c3, bishop e7, white bishop e7, okay, because bishop e7, f5, that's why. Okay, d2, 6, castle. So white plays it with some idea of making a long castle afterwards. Short castle. G3, F5. So shall white go F4, or we're not afraid of F4? I would be afraid. I don't like black playing F4. Just my instincts are saying that it's maybe better off not to give black F4. Also, I don't know what Ronak exactly wants. He wants to go for F4, it seems, because he played G3. So maybe his idea is to go F4 and tries to hit the black center. The question: does he wants to play F4 first, or he's ready to strike immediately, not being afraid of any F4. Anyway, an interesting position appeared. Black has a slightly blocked bishop on c8 because white has lots of pawns depriving him from any activity, but just in general, black has quite a reasonable play and lots of control in the center. Knight c to b5 happened. The trendy move, queen b8, bishop d3, I guess. S6, takes, knight d4. It was very popular last year. I think we saw the game on World Cup and other events. Bishop d6, knight goes to f3, knight d7, and okay, the game is still on. Quite untypical structure, but of course black needs to be careful. His pieces are quite passive so far. White has easier development, easier play. d3, h6, knight c3, and after knight c3 came bishop b4. Now the game transposed to some other system where h6 is quite okay, and white is still thinking what's the importance of rook e8. I'm not sure that black really wants to go for d5. Or does they? The routine, of course, to place the pawn on d6, to keep it more close, to play against potentially white has two bishops, so it's a big question, does black really wants to open the position? So far so good, quite a classical setup, so black can just try and play it in a very solid fashion, while doing the same, approximately equal still, and still theoretical position here. g6, bishop b5, bishop b7, d takes c5, takes c4. Okay, d tries to play active. Okay, he has. While this knight on h5 is a bit strange, why not to try? C takes d5, a takes b5, d takes c6, and now Sergei thinking, I don't know if black can sack the pawn. I mean, playing something like short castle. If white takes on b7, bishop b7, and says that, okay, we have two bishops, something active. About this I'm not sure, but that's a possible way of playing chess. But anyway, if black takes b takes c6, we can try to play some queen c2, sort of it. Anyway, black will face problems in retaining the pawn, or he needs to make some moves like queen b6, which looks a bit strange. So there are some g4 for white. And the other idea is, so because this pawn on f6 is also sort of a target. So I think that he played some bishop e7, probably. And okay, white takes a pawn and white tries to play. It's not much, of course, it's probably nothing, but sometimes the pawn is worth to be called a pawn. Also, I don't know, maybe white can try some knight d4. no idea if it's good idea. If e5, maybe just knight b5. B takes c6, knight c3, some bishop e6. Yeah, white has to be careful, otherwise sometimes we will lose a chance to castle, and okay, black will have lots of active play. Okay, here went f5, and okay, just bishop c4. Back, okay, I'll give you tempo, but I'll get what I want. h6, d3, c6. So that's just a theoretical position. Black has just a free move h6, which in general are useful, but is not making any huge change of the whole position. The inclusion s6, f4 not necessarily only to the black's favor. Sometimes this actually can be into the white's favor. Bishop d2, bishop b7, h3, rook b8. So both sides are a little bit making some useful moves. And Daniil needs to show his idea. Both players are trying not to castle. The reason is not really absolutely clear to me. If any of them castles, then the other side will go with the g-pawn. That's true or not? So on both these G pushes I'm a bit skeptical about, either for white or for black. So the short castle would of course would be one of my first choices for white. Even though okay, black can go g5 of course, but I somehow am not feeling so much afraid of it. And anyway, I just can't imagine white that white wishes to keep an option to castle alongside. It's really, my imagination stops me from thinking so that's possible somewhere. But it looked like Daniil made the other move. He didn't make a short castle. So how did he play? Some knight d5. Or what else he did? What else he did? Knight h2, but knight h2 is a bit slow, it looks like now. Knight h4 can be an option. Even though this knight h4 is always under question. So what was the move? No move, okay, and no move we go. The most played, we don't see it. And knight h2 he played, yeah? Knight h2. That's quite a typical idea. White is playing knight g4. Maybe actually that's one of the reasons why he's not making short castle. After knight g4, if black, for example, takes on g4, hg4, then white gets some additional play along the h file and is not at any danger that black can start the action there. And looks like the next white wants to play knight to g4. Okay, bishop d2, I don't know if it's a big necessity for white, but okay, sometimes actually a useful move. So okay, all the fight ahead, of course, but looks like Daniil gets the type of play he wanted to just avoid some exchange of the tactical blows, just to play some positional game. Let's say against a young player, let's play something for understanding. Not many things are happening here. Okay, Leia decided that the queen belongs to s6. I don't know what exactly this queen is doing here. But anyway, the queen is probably missing some safe square. On s6 it can be also a bit vulnerable. On f8 it's safe but passive, on d8 under pin, on c8 on c file under some rook c1, on queen b6 maybe some knight f4 coming. So whenever we place the queen, it can run under some tempest. So maybe queen on f6 is that peaceful place where black can avoid being attacked, and okay, still white pretty enjoys this two bishops and an easy play to my taste. c3, d6 happened. White pushes d4, taking by the horn from the very beginning. Okay, bishop g4, and here just dc, queen f4, knight to d7, bishop to f4. Well, a possible play. Position just okay. Playable for both sides. What to say? Castle, queen c2, c6, bishop f4, knight d2, but not bishop e3. Thanks to all, but h4, a fighting move. Okay, black is taking the bishop, white is taking some space. f5 is played. Okay, now long castle. Great stuff. Long castle, e3, and b6. b6. With the queen on b1, white can consider cd, queen c6, but now it's just enough to say that queen c7 for black. Optically looks pleasant for white. White has nice control, and it's hard for black would be play actively because of his vulnerability in the center. So hard to say. I don't know what white can, maybe not g5, not df3, not e5. Both knights can be active. What should be some other deal? Okay, black probably just wants to play some bishop b7, queen e7, finish the development. Knight probably will stand on f6. It's okay, f3, e4. It's a bit tough to play like this, and otherwise it's not that easy to break through, because black's pieces are a bit passive, but overall position is quite solid. Vadim is already pawn down, but avoided any sharpness, any theory, and queen e2, b5, just take, queen b6. Incredible play. Queen d3, queen s6. I will catch you. You can't hide from me. Okay, why decide? Okay, but why he insists on changing queens if he's a pawn down? Because I insist. So take. Bishop a3, knight a to b4, and okay, the game is still in progress. Looks a bit funny from Vadim to make a choice to go into different right from the opening, but at least he avoided any heavy fight. And I remember him playing lots of systems when he was just playing a pawn down from the opening and not minding that at all. By meaning he was playing without a pawn. I was also meaning that he was basically, to my taste, he was playing without any chances to win. It's not some martial attack or something of that caliber. It was just some positions which are really hard to win despite the extra pawn, but almost no chances to win for him either. So just you need play precise and hold it. Just precision and hold. Okay. No idea what's so enjoyable about that, but okay, it's not me, it's Vadim. So rook c1 is played. Bishop f5, short castle, knight to e4. Take. Some b3. Rook 8, rook e1, h6. Okay, some play. Black has quite a weak pawn structure, but for the moment, black's bishops are both active, and the pressure against his d5 and to f3 is a bit annoying. Maybe black can even thinking about the pushing here, or maybe this rook from a8 can come, I don't know, around b4 and sort of to spice it up. Hard to say. Okay, that's still a classical game in a progress. And here the players already traded almost all pieces. e4 takes, check. This, queen d4, take on b2, 6 should be 7. The speed of play is also amazing. So both players are agreed to play the rapid chess. King d7. Okay, looks equal, but just a question. Just a question if it's planned or it's just already a tiredness of playing so many games in such a short period of time that the players just cannot sit and think. They just want to play and to finish it as quick as possible. Before b5 played. Okay, especially if white wants to go active on the king side with some h5, king g2 maybe, then of course black should not be even allowed to think about any moves like f5, because otherwise e5 is always as an option, and after b5 black has e4 or ed4 and then take on c3 and all these types of the ideas, and that's why b5 is played. But of course it's in general a weakening move. The white's structure is not ideal. And now Ivan needs to decide where to put the knight. On f5 is more active, but we might miss him as a defender. Knight e7 more solid approach. Okay, here obviously we can even think about f6 sometimes with the pawn on h5, but with knight on e7, white can think about some c4 maybe in some positions. Knight c4, knight e5 somewhere. Even though I think I would prefer placing the knight closer to the king. I'm not of a big fear of any c4, but I'm in a bit of the fear of some h5 and all that pressure against my king. So bishop d3, bishop e7, short castle. Yeah, the funny game. The funny game, f5 played. b6, take. Bishop e3, queen c7. And rook f4 is some positional play. And now white is not thinking probably about any activity on the king side. White just wishes to go with some maybe queen e2, rook e1, and try to press this s6 pawn, saying that okay, my situation in the center for the moment is quite stable, and you please show me what is your play. Okay, after queen e2 maybe some knight e5 can come, trying just to trade, but white can take. I mean after queen e2, So let's say bishop b7, queen e2, knight e5, bishop e6. It's sort of okay, right? Yeah? There are no any dangerous jumps. Okay, some playable position. Another playable position. Maybe this is not as bad as it looks. This h3 g4. At least white gets some typical play on the king side against black, and it looks okay. But still, it's the game beyond my basic understanding of chess. So I'll try not to shy myself by commenting it. Here we have knight c3, rook b8, rook c1. Probably useful move, hard to say. Takes, d4, takes, d4. So some trade of the pieces happen. So rook b8 is maybe not doing a big part of the job, but overall acceptable probably for black. Maybe a bit more space for white, a bit more easy to play with white, but overall looks absolutely acceptable for black. These two players are also playing fast. You see the last round, people wishes to take some rest. So, and that's why quite often players tend to play more quickly than usual. And position is, I don't know, approximately equal. Hard to say. Both sides has little to complain about. Just something playable. Knight g4. That's a big question already for the black pawns. That would be looking a bit scary to me. Okay, so put the pawn on g7. Black is just fine. But at this moment, okay, so what black's supposed to do? Some king g7 maybe, and then I don't know. White has some options how to play, what to do. So okay, maybe not so many pieces left, and not that easy to make some f4 and all these moves. Some serious intentions, but anyway, black needs to be slightly careful. Anyway, the king is exposed, and this g5 move is obviously okay. Knight d7 played. Now bishop e3 is a threat. I'm still crazy about that move. Maybe black is even thinking to castle long in some lines. Maybe that could be an idea. So white can consider, of course, bishop g5. White can consider bishop c3. Bishop c3 probably check on h8, on h6, sorry, and let's say king b1. And black might consider even maybe a long castle if he's afraid of something else. Anyway, short castle runs for rook d7. Quite probably small castle. I don't know what goes on. Hard to say. So bishop g5 exists, bishop c3 exists. Okay, obviously some rook h to e1, but rook h to e1, you always need to take care about this. Bishop e3, probably it's not yet there, because okay, now this bishop is pinned on e6. So, but anyway, the threat is to take on e6 and to regain the pawn is not something frightening black. Okay, white can regain the pawn, we can finish our development, so position then will be roughly equal. Here's some mess. So short castle, knight h6. Maybe a bit unusual, but from the other side of view, why not? The knight on f5 can be okay. e3, still knight f5, if e4, okay, knight jump back. Otherwise, I guess black might consider going e5, and white is 2 or 3 tempes up in King's Indian, but these tempes are not of a big importance, so, and it's not to everyone's taste to play King's Indian. So e5, d3, a principal play, queen d7. So what's the point of this move? He wants to go b6, bishop b7, and to complete the development like this, probably. Yeah, indeed he plays this. Knight c3, bishop b7. So black is thinking maybe even to castle long, maybe sometimes. e1, knight b4, okay, of course. Time to make a fork. Time to make a fork, take, h6. I'm still far from understanding what goes on here. Why h6 and knight f7 is something bad, should be something bad, but why bad? Who is bad? Why bad? I'm not getting it too quick. Maybe knight f7, check on c6, wake up. Alexito, wake up. That's the point, okay. And if queen f3, still black can go queen c6. It's the same idea. Okay. And there are no any tactics, nothing. Some queen f3, queen c6, knight d5, hg, knight c7. But yeah, that looks a bit dubious indeed. It looks a bit dubious. If knight moves back against knight c2 is an option. White loses an exchange and needs to prove. Okay, very, very sharp and dynamic situation. White is ahead in development and have some chances to create any threats. Black probably wants to eat some material and be happy about that. It looks that Jamsaran did not appear for the final round. Actually, unfortunately, we have lots of players who withdrew from the tournament. I think before the last round it was 12 missing players. It's only proves how tough the schedule is for the players, and if they think or see they do not have the big chances to fight, or the tournament goes not in his way, or some other reasons, maybe health issues, it's hard to say, so they simply withdrew from the tournament. So 12 players were already out, and Jamsaran probably decided not to spend a day in his life for some game of no sportive importance, let's say like this. Another classical line. Two young players are having some debates on this structure. Okay, why not? I will try to go a little bit down to see and to catch if there are some golden beauties or whatsoever. Maybe another Jocondas which we can miss. Evgeny Nair, very, very uneven tournament to him. He was on 4 out of 5. He was in the leading group, then he lost 3 games in a row, and now he's on 4 out of 8. Okay, but in this game he's doing fine. He's having an exchange, and basically I don't see any compensation. Knight e4, queen e2. So what's the deal? White just enjoys it really much. A bit boring and famous position. Okay, the classical scenario here. And okay, black enjoys here. Scandi. Wow, a rare guest, but still the evergreen Scandi. Quite often asking myself why I'm not studying this, why I'm always neglecting this opening from the black side. It should absolutely fit my style. I like when position is bad. I like when my pieces are strange, and I like to play with the queen. So it fits in every aspect. So it's a big question to me. So, a young Iranian player against Gilfanov Marat, so another World Championship under 15 game. Of course, G5, of course, Queen C1, and everybody pushing. Something quick and something easy. This I don't know. This quick play with H6 G5, I'm completely unaware. And of course, in a modern chess, it's better off not to give any estimation. Looks risky. I put it like this. King's Gambit. Wow. Okay, let's take a look. No, King's Gambit, of course. Of course, we have to look. So Razbayev LDR against Воротников Vladislav. So probably a 65 years difference. And okay, H6. Because I played H6, maybe Vladislav played H6 against Fischer. Who knows? Somewhere in late 50s or most likely middle of 60s somewhere. G6, you never know. The old players are the box with secrets, so it can be easily something like this. D4, knight H5, knight D5, 6, D3. G6 is a bit sad to play. Okay, now white enjoys, of course. Now white enjoys. White has the center and very easy play. Stanislav Bukreev against Boris Savchenko. So far the classical Miran. So something classical. It's less classical, but white tries to be fast and play. But if white not succeeds, then black potentially has a better game. Also something classical. Okay, some also classical Caro. Benoni, really sort of Benoni. It's time to Benonize ourselves. Okay. Okay, not too many candidates for Gioconda. Lots of classical positions, classical setups. Then it means let's go back to the top boards. Okay, the young, as we know already, agreed a quick draw with black pieces against Alexei Kaganov, and Ricci and Hans are showing that the true wizards of chess are supposed to play. Also, I remember wizard was the name of Ricci on playchess.com. I think we played a numerous amount of blitz games versus him back many years ago. Queen d2, okay, e8. One bishop, queen e5. Rook 8 is very typical to stop this knight d5 and to protect the bishop on e7 in many lines. Okay, white went f4, queen h5, and h3. So Ricci activated his queen. The big question if the other pieces can join this activity. otherwise, we all need to remember that the queen is a piece who is losing most of the tempos. So black needs to be careful about that. Still in the center, I don't see any easy play. White would probably prefer to have rook on f1 than on d1 right now, because on d1 it's not playing a big role. Let's say with rook on f1 it would be easy. Maybe white could play some rook f3, maybe to bring this rook to g3, or maybe to also with rook on f1 it's easier to push, maybe sometimes f5 or e5, depending on situation. With rook on d1 it's harder for any pushes, because this rook is not really helpful. But apart from all these pushes, it's also a question what black wants. Okay, b5 is an option, of course, but also now after b5 there is some e5 from white, and also that's a question: does black knight on f6 have some squares? And that's why, okay, black can go maybe rook d8 to make some vacant square, but after rook e to d8, this bishop on e7 could be hanging, some knight d5 can come. At some unpleasant moment, rook c to d8, there is some nice e6 transpositions, and not everyone likes or understands that structure was black. So, okay, Ricci has something to think about, playable position, although, as I already told, I constantly prefer to be white in that type. And at 3, okay, bishop d7, rook h to e1, rook e8, okay, why not? Bishop g5, h6, 6, so sacrifice is probably not working. Bishop f8, bishop g7. Just a trade. Just a trade on f6, bishop f6, bishop f4, bishop c6. Okay, why black sacrifices the pawn? What's a big idea? What's a big idea? Okay, meaning if we take on c6, take on d6, it's good, bad. What is that? Absolutely no idea. Okay, black has this tempi bishop g5. Okay, but I can go king to b1. What can be possibly go wrong? Actually, I actually don't know. So taking queen d6 for the moment. Okay, I must be blundering something. Of course, that's true. Just for the moment, I'm not getting quickly what's the idea of black. Okay, I don't be okay. Maybe just take queen d6, queen b6, but pretending I'm full of compensations and rook b8 is coming. It's not that easy to defend these pawns. maybe, but anyway, I'm old and greedy. My first idea is to eat. Probably yeah. Okay, maybe it's playable. Queen b6, if knight d2, rook d8, maybe then some pin can come. Hard to say, but yeah, Alexander is also taking it, because otherwise, okay, if I'm not taking the pawn, thus white can count on something real here. It's probably not. Okay, theoretically, if we put the knight on e3, pawn on e4, bishop on f3, we can count on some better structure, the square on d5 and sort of it. The just knight is misplaced on f3, and with open lines with counterplay, it's almost unrealistic to imagine this knight landing on e3 and d5. Okay, if white is afraid to open, then okay, he needs to play something like queen d3 probably. And tries to just to secure the position. Knight bd7. So queen c1 was the choice of Vladislav. Knight c5, rook d1, of course. Yes, the square on d3 requires certain attention. Bishop f5 still insisting that yes, even taking on d3 now can be a threat from black. Let's say, I don't know if white, okay, just to show, let's say white may make a pass. Then taking should be into white's consideration, yeah. Rook takes, even I can take with the bishop, take e4. And white loses an exchange. If bishop takes, let's say I take e4, and this fork is really unpleasant because I will take on f3 and white king is very exposed, so that's why d4. Take, bishop d4. Okay, the game goes on. White avoided any sacrifices from black. Again, if white is on time with knight c3 and completing the development, potentially white has this d5 square, the f4 pawn is not safe, so it would be better for white, but for the moment black has some activity and it's just some challenge for Ivan to find the proper moves. Here players are not too bothered with some thinking, they play fast and furious. Some c5 is in the air. c5 and knight comes to c4. Okay, in blitz I would go c5 just without a second of thought. Just, it looks so natural that, because otherwise I don't know if queen goes somewhere or they will find some move, maybe using some tactics. If I'm not with c5, then I'm afraid that neither d5 or de would be to my taste, because then I will have these fixed pawns. And here we stopped after f5, and knight f4 happened. So I need to make a quick reply, important question. And white may add some c4 to completely block any possible play, but at the same time, if white's still in some idea to push f4 and play in the center, then of course the absence of knight can be telling a bit. Okay, knight f4 played. Sava is taking. Bishop s6. Why so? Why he needs to provoke c4? Does it a weakening move for white, or it's a useful move for white? What the experts think? What can we say? No idea. To my understanding, it does not look as some big weakening move. But I might be as well wrong. How to say? Queen e3, bishop to b7, and white pushes. White pushes. Okay, now I understand his idea. He wants to get his knight to b6, not to be too concerned about white takes on b6, queen b6, knight c4, because knight c4 really could be an unpleasant move. And now, since this square is taken by the pawn, then okay, then black is obviously planning to go knight b6. Just a bit time consuming, and also white can take f4. Still, the position is quite closed. King will be quite safe on e2. Without knights, and this is hard for black to break through there, while on the other side, white would be playing against the central pawns and potentially against the black king. But scenario looks a bit more pleasant to white, and I would say that it's clearly easier to play for white. And okay, here we had knight f3, knight e7, queen to e2. Knight g6. Okay, G3, castle, short castle. No any craziness, rook a1, bishop b7, but that looks okay for black, I don't know. I think white was playing quite slow, and Ilya achieved a nice placement for pieces. He also finished the development, c3, c7. No, that looks okay for black. I don't see any big play for white, and this diagonal potentially can be a bit weak, or black can even consider playing some moves here. So looks like it's completely okay for black. Here knight d2, d6, queen f3, bishop e6, and bishop takes e6. Does it give white any chances for something? I don't know how to say. This combination knight d2, queen f3 is a bit hard for me to understand, because the players are playing cautiously quite a while. This h3, bishop a8. I don't know if bishop 8 is of some importance for black. I don't know. Maybe if black intends to go e6 b5, he wants to prepare and to open the b file. Okay, white goes rook c1. Okay, queen 8. Not so much on. Zero trade. All the pieces are on the board, but I mean the moves are, let's say, called semi-waiting moves. As Hans yesterday explained, according to the famous trainer Chulov, a waiting moves does not exist. So okay, let's take it as a truth, and then we call it a semi-waiting. Maybe that also does not exist. But okay, but something of that nature should exist. Okay, queen c2, queen d5. And the big question, does white wants to play c7, or white will settle with c takes b7? But then, of course, black's position and two bishops will provide, I guess, enough compensation for the missing pawn. And c7 is much more ambitious, but the question, can this pawn stay alive or not? Some rook e6, rook c6, and other plays, so it's a big open question. Even maybe sometimes bishop may come to c6, still it will be hard to keep that pawn alive for too long. Daniil Dubov, he played knight h2, knight d4, knight f5, because okay, b5 was probably in black's intentions. So e5 stopping the play here. Bishop e6, knight g4, okay, well timed to stop d5. Take, bishop to g5, f3, short castle, knight d5, g6, c3, knight c6, g3. Now some attacks may be in the air. Again, Neil plays extremely fast, just as yesterday against Lea. He was also, okay, I can't say that he was blitzing, but he was playing very, very fast. Sometimes maybe a bit I mean, at some moments it looked like he has not such a big concern about what goes on. So he just enjoys. Okay, maybe he economizes himself for match versus Hans Niemann. Okay, because he's obviously not in a contest for the first 3-4 places here. And okay, maybe that's actually a smart decision. Okay, not to kill yourself at the board, but okay, just play it easy, just enjoy. Okay, let's put some pressure. If yes, and yes. If no, then no. And then okay, then hopefully another day, another match, another partner will give you some other emotions, some other moods, and then you will obviously want to show your best there. Knight takes a5 is very greedy. It's a very, very greedy move and looks too much dangerous. White can probably take HGs and even queen d2, queen h2. It looks like it's very unvisable. But otherwise, white maybe not threatening to take, especially with the king of g7 being ready to go rook h8. But white main idea is to go f4. And if it takes gf, it can be kind of dangerous for black. Okay, they have check, of course, some intermediate, but anyway, this pawn chain and this bishop on h4 looks not safe enough. So, okay, Artyom has something to think about. What does he want? Arseny. Okay, the pawn came to f4. Now it stands on h7. I guess position slowly improving only into the white's favor. Yeah, definitely would be white. There is also some e4 moves. Just open the play. I'm not saying some other possibilities. Very, very pleasant stuff. Here knight b6 happened. Queen went to c2. b4, queen c3. Shot castle. b3. Wow. What a nerves, huh? To play b3. B3 is an incredible move. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. I mean, white cuts the knight on b6 from any possible activity, but it's quite a high cost, and also the diagonal is weak, and the other squares can be weak. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not sure that I would pick such a move, but at least I understand what was in white's mind. Just to my taste, sometimes it's our measures to stop our fears are worse than our fears. Rudik, he has showed a big ability of calculation, and he went knight g5, queen e7, take, and queen. No, knight e6 first. Queen takes, queen c6, double attack. Knight f6, queen takes to 8. And what black wants? Black wants, nobody knows. Yeah, this queen is far from easy to be some real danger. Bishop f6, bishop d3 exists. But white could be, I think white should be ready to defend somehow, maybe even knight b1, knight c3. Looks like it's possible somehow to defend. If white would be able to defend, then it's a decisive material advantage. Vladimir is enjoying, he got what he likes, pawn down, no chances to win, but he likes it. f5. I think Pauline is doing just good. Okay, the knight is ready to come to c4. This knight is on c5 is making no business at all. If black gets the f file plus knight on c4, I think it's white who has to be careful. Black is absolutely fine. Here, white decided to sacrifice an exchange to stabilize the whole business. And okay, he's a knight and a pawn against rook. White has very, very nice placement of the pieces, but it's not clear does it gives an advantage to white. It's obviously white is having compensation, but can we say that white is better about this? I'm not sure. Maneuvering still on. Black, I guess, has a normal play. The players agree to draw. A fair and nice game. Ivan also opted for a more passive setup with knight on e7, and white took so many space. Pawn on h5, f4, knight c4, rook on c1. Yeah, this looks kind of unpleasant for black. It's really hard to get some counterplay. Okay, it's not easy to break black, but black is very, very passive. So maybe this my intention to play this to put this knight on e7 was not correct, because now I completely dislike black. Here, okay, white plays against this f5 pawn. It looks like it might be a successful strategy, at least no any big risk for white. And black is under a certain and constant pressure. So this is the ideal scenario for the final round. Here, after some regrouping, some shuffling back and forward, the position just goes in a normal way. And so white just fixed the position here. White doesn't want to trade on f5 and open. No g5, nothing. Just okay, this pawn on g4 stops black from pushing pawns. Quite a famous idea, but with short castle. Okay, white did not make a short castle. Okay, maybe some b4 comes next, sort of it. And then if white plays in the same manner, then okay, white can probably be considered to be a stronger side. Exchange knight c5. Okay, so far so good. g5, f5 appeared. So Dmitry decides to spice it up a bit. Okay, this pawn is hanging, but f4 is very unpleasant. Maybe white can think about taking on e5, how to say, but then knight takes, if queen takes, then f4, knight d4. I don't know, there is some... It can be some ideas, even though a3, I don't know if knight b5 works. Works not, with an idea just to take later on a3. Not clear, queen e5 it can be. Knight a3, rook c3 maybe. Or maybe I'm just fantasizing. Hard to say. Okay, black. This looks very dangerous for black, just because the difference of the kings can be easily decisive. Okay, white king is relatively safe, even it's completely boxed, but it's quite safe. And the black king is under a constant air. So to have a fresh air is good, but it looks a bit suspicious. Bishop g5 indeed happened. No, actually happened rook h to e1. It's maybe a useful move. Anyway, black does not have an opportunity to castle, then bishop g5 and white wins the bishop on e7. White made a useful move. Bishop g5, queen e5, take on e7, king e7, queen e3. That looks very dangerous for black. Now that white succeeded in trading this, there is some g4. g4 is a threat to win the piece. Looks very, very dangerous for black. So after h6, white went queen f3. Of course, no any queen c6. Happened knight e to c6, knight h3, knight c2, knight f4. Black is doing fine, I think. I don't know if black is supposed to take. The rook is not. Rook cannot escape. So maybe black can wait another move. I don't know what is useful here. I don't know, shot. This long castle. if it's here or not. Okay, just to make sure it will be no any queen 8 landing somewhere. White can think to pick knight d3 against the long castle, but zero threats, nothing, so... And anyway, I'm not in a hurry to pick the rook, so... hardly I can imagine that what can happen that I will not be in time to take. Also, knight e1 is a check, so white needs first to move the rook from the check. Okay, then I can take this rook on a1. So I just don't understand why immediately it was taking, like it's not any useful moves. Anyway, black looks okay overall. White might hope to get some compensation, but exchange is an exchange. Okay, let's move back, because since no jack contests on the lower boards and we have the final round, we need to be more focused on the top 10, top 15 boards, just to see who will fight for the top places. And h3 enhanced game, queen h6. That's how Richie decided to stop all these pawn pushes from white. Just a bit inactive position for the black queen. Bishop a3. But then what's an idea here? Okay, for some reason, bishop d7 and knight f3. Okay, very straight and pure play against this d6 pawn. Hans has a funny face. So many emotions he's showing, and also chewing. Yeah. Okay. Bishop d6 is a big question, yeah? It's a big question what Richie wants. He will try to go with some b5, but to my taste very doubtful. Also sometimes e5 can be unpleasant, and just to take f takes and forcing trade, occupying the line and sort of it. But apart from that, this queen on h6 is really of strange quality, I would say. Okay, it puts some pressure on the f4 pawn and a bit of maybe something else. But if it's not success, then okay, it's a big question. What goes on? Okay, bishop c6 back. Again, some greedy voice inside my body. Can we take the pawn on d6 or not? This greedy voice, I hate it. I hate this voice, but what to do if the voices are coming? If the voices are coming, we have to listen and we have to take probably. Then what does black wants? I'm not getting it, of course. Bishop b6, queen d6. What's wrong? It looks like we safely took the pawn. Okay, some knight h5 maybe. But this I will consider when it happens. It looks... even though this knight h5 slightly makes some sense, yeah. Surprisingly not easy to defend this pawn on f4. Yes, that's true. Knight g5 can be a move, but that's already some sign that maybe not everything goes smoothly for white. So knight g5 I don't really want to play, otherwise I don't see how to protect the pawn. Okay. Actually, unfortunately, I don't know what the regulation says in case of the tie. Does it be any tiebreak to terminate the winner, or it will be just a share of the first prize, and they will use this Bugels or all of it. Okay, so bishop d5, queen b6, just two moves happened. Queen b6 slightly annoying because white can never go king b1 and can never avoid, and because this bishop b5, bishop c3 is always there. And okay, white has a good outpost on d5, but this knight on f3 is out for the moment, and also Alexander is having only half an hour left against more than 1 hour for Andrei. So he should be careful not to spoil it by some severe time trouble. Here again, Vladislav is playing a slow and quality chess. Queen e7 after some time, queen to e3. Also after some time, and black goes for c6 relatively quickly. First hand move, of course, is knight c3. I don't know if I'm blundering my bishop on d4 or not. Maybe not yet. Okay, black might consider knight e6 after knight c3. I don't have even some strange move like bishop e5. Why not? Well, attack the pawn on d6. Looks like I'm under control, it seems, for white. Just okay, enough of this knight standing on b1. So I want to activate this knight and bring him into play. If I succeed in completing the development, this structure normally should be slightly better for white. And okay, here, yes, c5 happened. Yes, c5 happened. Knight c4, e4, knight e5. Position can be still quite tense, but as a picture, let's say, I prefer white. Definitely, these 2 pawns are of a huge value, and black does not seem to have too many threats, too many activity. But with some precision, maybe, because white is a bit too many hanging stuff white has. This bishop is hanging, this knight is unprotected, the rook comes under tempest. So if white would stabilize, then black could be easily facing huge troubles. But for the moment, it's a black to move, so Amin needs to come with some precise decision. Otherwise, yes, tough to play. f4, d5, and just f5. Nobody's opening the play. Bishop to s6. g4. And rook b8. Maybe idea rook b4, rook f4, or something of that topic. Well, the game goes in a very concrete way, but looks like white is pushing. It is pushing. Black position is still relatively passive, so maybe I would prefer white still. Here, okay, nothing happened so much. Black looks okay. Here also black looks okay. Of course, the pawn is on the 6 because it's supposed to be there, but objectively I think black is doing fine. Danishvar against Danila Pavlov. Okay, white hedgehoged, and black just standing. Black just standing is saying, okay, you obviously wants to beat me. Okay, show. Show, please come and show. Okay. Black is playing very, very calm and calm and cool. So he's not making any moves for which he might regret after. Here Denis decided in favor for quick development, but okay, he didn't get any pawn, and this pawn structure is quite nice for black. So looks okay. Okay, Daniil Dubov. King g7 happened. F4, take, check on h4, king f1, rook h8, king g2. So Artem really onto defensive, it seems, and also by time he's also low, more than by 20 minutes. But it's not only about time; just position seems to be quite pleasant for white. I dislike it really for black. White has very nice pawn changes: e4, f4, g4, and nice control in the center, and lots of play next against the black's king. So I guess Daniil has every reason to be happy with his position. On this note, I suggest we take a small break, and we will resume our live broadcast from the final and decisive 9th round in about 10 minutes time. So please stay with us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We continue our live broadcast of the ninth round of Aeroflot Open. The one game is already finished. Yanni Pomnici, he made a short draw, and it seems that he secured not only sharing the first place, but probably he also already secured a first place because some additional criteria are into his favor, the Bugles, the number of black pieces, etc., etc. At least I saw him there in a hall already giving lots of interviews, and everyone is congratulating him and so on and so forth. Then, of course, it makes a huge difference and a huge sense of him not to take any risk and just to make a short draw. Of course, Hans Niemann is on, like he is ever on, and we saw the moment when she played bishop c6, queen e3, and knight to h5. So that's the point. He wants to attack this f4 pawn. And I don't know if some bishop c1 exists here, or it's just a bit lousy to play like this. But in the game, it happened just to trade on d6, take, and okay, now black makes a choice. So probably if he takes with the queen, he might consider just playing this position without queens, hoping that d file plus some general good placement of pieces can provide with some chances. But okay, so the game goes on. Here's the game simplified quite a lot after queen b6, white played h4. And after that, lots of exchanged game. Take, queen c6. So players started this trading mechanism. Take, rook d8. And that's a big question if Alexander will have some real chances here to create some pull, or let's say black just brings king to e6 and keeping more or less an easy holdable position. Not that easy for white to count, of course, to something like this. h4 looks maybe not very much up to white's wishes. Okay, maybe put the pawn on h5, maybe, hard to say. Anyways, much closer to the draw than to white's advantage. Here after c6, I thought maybe knight c3 just to develop. Vlad decided in favor of knight b to d2, a more solid move, not to blunder any cheapos, any jumps. Takes. Maybe after knight c3, black could do the same. Maybe some knight d7. Then c5 could be an unpleasant move. Bishop c3. I don't know, maybe he wants knight d4. Rook after c8. Still, it's a kind of a question what white wants knight d4. Or maybe bishop b4 sometimes could be an option, but looks black can go quick with some plays. So okay, knight d4 is an easy move. What black wants, some bishop g4, it's probably so. Okay, anyway, the game continues, all fight ahead, looks slightly maybe more pleasant for white. And just, of course, we should not forget that white is quite below on time, 24 minutes left against 45 for black. And the time factor could be very, very important. Here, yes, I said that I visually like white here. After c5, take, knight c4, e4, knight e5, this I definitely like. But okay, black, of course, started all these jumps. And this scenario is far less clear. I thought that white could have some chances to consolidate, but it's not really easy to see how it's actually possible to be consolidated, let's say. And rook c4, a solid choice, f5. Now, yes, now, okay, this pawn has been protected, and still white has his hanging pieces. So now, yes, now it's quite an open affair. Takes on b5, rook knight takes on d8, and okay, probably black takes on c4, and this is quite unclear, I would say. Here we have a. So we stopped in the moment of rook a to b8. Of course, kind of complicated scenario with lots of options for both sides. And okay, g5, straight and forward. Okay, f6 is probably the idea. Okay, black took on c4. And okay, f6 didn't happen, so just rook h to g1, c takes b3, a takes b3, c4, f6. So both players are showing big desire to play, no mercy for each other. So both kings will soon be quite exposed, and was a big question how Sava wants to play now. What can we hear? Some bishop b4, or okay, to sacrifice a piece that's possible, but a bit doubtful. And bishop b4 looks normal, even though, of course, white has all the tempers in the world, f takes g7, g6, and all of this. Yes, so black decided in favor to sack the piece, but to stabilize on the king's side. Okay, but now, of course white just enjoys an extra piece, and it's a big question: does black has enough for the piece? Some knight c5 can be considered, some other moves. So this looks into the white's favor. This game goes really slow. Just a couple of moves was played. Bishop c2, rook a to e8. Just to remind white about some f5 possibilities from black. And I don't know what white wants. How white player wants to arrange the pieces, and f5 comes into some consideration. Even though maybe right now it does not what black intends. Let's say takes, check on b3. If king h8, attack on e8, this should be bad for black problem. But okay, in some other lines, in some other white needs to reckon with this f5 move. So what do we have here? We have a3 f6 b6, knight c4, d5, and knight goes to a3. Quite weird placement for the knight. Okay, maybe knight is supposed to land on b5, while the center should be destroyed and everything should be destroyed. Okay, this looks obviously good for black. Here again, very cautious play from both sides. Players are not in a hurry to take any actions, are not in a hurry to decide upon the pawn structure. Both of them we wish to keep it flexible, it seems. And okay, after bishop f6, white is probably in a position finally to make up his mind and probably choose either trade d4, maybe immediately d4, or maybe some other ideas if he wishes. Okay, not again. It looks like we have the winner of the tournament who wishes to join. Okay. This. So So, welcome, Jan.
Thank you.
And I guess today not so many things we can say about your game, but of course we would like you just to speak about the tournament, and maybe you can pick actually any game you want to discuss from any round.
Yeah. Hello, Alexander. Hello, dear audience. That's a very generous offer for me, like to pick any game. But well, I guess anyway, it's like they're broadcasting like the last round, so perhaps we should like keep an eye on what's going on right now. Yeah.
Yes, then you can pick.
Okay. Finally, yeah. Like.
Yes, I will give you this option.
I wonder if we ever commented a game together. I think I had some experience with Mr. Swidler, but I'm not sure like if we ever did this with you. Though, okay, this is. I mean, somehow like I'm most excited about these games like on board 2 and 3, respectively. But it looked like Yesipenko played Petrov and not like in the range of winning this game. Yeah, probably just equalish, but maybe some work for Black to keep it, because I think it was a game like Abdusatorov won against Giri last year in like in this very similar structure, and also was bishop against knight. But I think somehow he managed to exchange rooks and had like like a passer on an A file. So here probably I can't see like Sasha getting such a progress, anytime soon. I mean, yeah, could be, but looks like drawish. And this game, let's say Hans against Ricci. I mean, like optically it looks nice for white, but maybe not that much. Yeah, so I can put my king to e7. So probably like rook d7 is coming, so maybe knight e5 is more or less forced. Yeah. So I can. Oh wow, I can even.
Yes.
Move pieces. Wow.
Yes, in that board we move.
And here also. So I made the move and he made the move. Yeah, it's nice. Synchronization. Yeah, very nice. Though. So this is it, I think. Yeah, and let's say some other boards. I mean, so many games are over. Yeah, like so.
No, all games are on.
No, these games are on, but okay, many other games because I think like Artemiev Zemlyansky. Maybe it's actually some high board, yeah. So yesterday Artemiev had a birthday, yeah.
Yes.
And he finally was. He got his gift, yeah, because I think this young guy, like, I think he played against Uskov, yeah.
Yes.
And he blundered something like bishop takes f4, yeah, like very painful, of course, but. Yeah. Given the fact that it was like birthday boy, maybe it's.
It's not only him, Maxim Matlakov also.
Matlakov, yeah, of course, that's okay. Maxim I knew, but because we used to work with Maxim quite a bit for the match and for the candidates. Yeah. So here Artemiev is. I mean, he's a very interesting player. So he's like always pressing. But never on the board. He almost never on the board. But he always like keeps the game going, and like tries to make you exhausted. And he also like can normally he keeps. I mean, like maybe much like Sasha Gishuk, he leaves himself with like 1 minute, and then he keeps on playing on. So okay, and another guy, yeah, like Maxim. Finally, we can check Maxim. What is he doing? Well, Maxim has an extra pawn. In the very center.
And white just reroutes the knight to b5, and I was wondering, does it verse a pawn? But okay.
A pawn is a pawn, yeah. So here, like.
But a pawn on a6 and knight on b5. Yeah. That's the famous modern scenario. Yeah.
That's probably
all the other pieces looks.
What I should have done.
Absolutely bad for white.
That's what I should have done against Zemlyansky. So at some point I played knight e4, and. I mean, at some point I was considering like resignation because my position was like a bit too ugly. But then I saw this idea of bishop on e4 and thought maybe it's like some kind of the fortress.
So knight e4 played was just a blunder bishop f3.
Of course. No, because of the interesting fact that I actually calculated bishop f3 in some other line, like because I wanted to play g4 originally, bishop g6, and then knight e4. I mean, okay, I'm not sure like we should like get back to this shameful game though. And I thought like, all right, like first I play g4, then knight e4. But then he has like bishop takes e4, takes on e4, queen takes d1, and maybe he wins c2 pawn as an option. So I thought, wow, but I can start with knight e4, and then if he takes, for example, on a5, I take on a5, second exchange. If he plays knight h5, I take on a5. And if here bishop f3, I take on f3, and then I play c3, and I'm like borderline winning. I was like very like satisfied. Okay, like some intermezzo is coming, and then he just. The problem I didn't. Normally when you blunder something, you. Right after you play the move in the very this particular second, you see, wow, what did I do? But not that case, because I mean I was like completely satisfied until I came back and I saw bishop on f3, and here I felt like something is going wrong. I mean I couldn't understand it's like as bad because I thought it's like of course it's worse, but I mean it's insane how bad the position is, despite like two bishops and everything. Okay. But I was lucky to save the game, so it was important.
What do you think about Sadvani versus Sava? It's a bit crazy stuff.
Sadvani versus... Sadvani. Okay. Wow. Sadvani is...
He's a piece up, but position is...
What was the opening?
It's again Rasa Lima. And Sava repeated his game from the 7th round against...
becomes a big expert in Rasa-Lima, yeah? Yeah.
He just...
f5. I don't think he played f5. I think somehow his pawn was on f7 till the very end of the game, no?
Yes.
So here f5, some improvement. Well, it's complex, of course. Hard to say. So normally, if black is in time to play knight e6, knight e4, black should feel nice. Also, like much like in Scotch game, bishop on e6, it's a little bit misplaced. So maybe that's why he sacked the bishop later on. There is no bishop in actual position, yes. Bishop is gone. Oh wow, d4, d5?
d5, f5 even here, yeah.
And bishop e6 back. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, g4 looks a
bit mysterious play, but still.
Okay, g5. I mean, I would probably consider h4 first, but maybe g5. Okay, he goes for f6. Wow, rook g1. So no time to defend. Yeah, it's time only to.
And that's how they got it. Yeah, take c4, f6, and he decided to sacrifice a piece.
Well, practically
speaking, probably okay.
I guess. Takes. And the big idea that a4 knight survives because of the check on b3. Maybe that's what. I mean, maybe that's what black overlooked from a distance, no? But also, like, it's not so many pawns left here, and like it's technically like 2 pawns, and the king is exposed.
Yeah.
So normally I would like, I don't know. It looks like knight b6 makes a lot of sense to, to close the b file, so another rook will never come and join the attack. Another problem that if some piece comes from f file, but it's unlikely to happen. Yeah, I can play rook g2. Just like if I go like for example knight b6 now.
I think he played it.
Already? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, on the camera, yes, everywhere. Okay, makes a lot of sense. So let's see if queen a2. I mean, I can even probably play queen a3 if I want to play it too safe, like queen a3.
Yes, because if you take the pawn, maybe rook d6 maybe.
Yeah, also knight d7, also rook d6, yes. So this doesn't look too good because all pawns are, are not dangerous, and c pawn will eventually promote. So probably queen e2 is not a way for black to continue. So probably black has to keep the queens at all costs, and maybe c5 pawn can become a target, but it's not so easy. Because if we play h6, h6 currently, but bishop g5 idea, it's basically hanging right now. Yeah, so h6, black can even probably white can take on h6. Yeah, maybe this is not so obvious. Yeah, if it takes, then the queen gets distracted from the king's position. So maybe queen b3 or queen a2. Because let's say if you play rook g2, then now it's overloaded. Yeah, if you can take on b2. So let's say queen b, whatever, queen b3. So if rook d2, it feels like it's maybe I play here h6, queen h6, queen a2, and if rook d2 I can now take. Yeah, that looks smart. And if takes queen e1, and black is probably winning q1. Yeah, at least.
Looks very, very dangerous.
Yeah, so this looks just fine. So after h6, probably white has to ignore the pawn. But then when bishop g5 is coming, then a file is... so it temporary...
Yeah, even to place king on h7
temporarily
maybe useful for...
block g file, and e5 is hanging, but who cares? And then, queen goes to f2. Maybe h6 is fine. I'm not sure what's the move. Okay, let's say rook d7. Oops, that's a bit too far. Rook d7.
No, h6 you need to put first.
Okay. Rules are rules. And let's say if here bishop g5. So if rook g5, queen f1, then rook d1, yes? So we are not in time.
I think black went queen e2.
But queen e2, like...
It looks like, but it's a bit doubtful. Yeah.
Queen e2 I don't like, honestly. Because, also, maybe if rook g2, then you can go, like, h6 here, I guess. With the same ideas. So maybe, like, the queen. But here also, like, knight d7 and bishop g5, yeah? So here it's fine, but I still can't see what happens after queen a3, honestly. Because, like, once you trade queens, it's obviously, like, it's like two results game, first of all. And then I don't see how to create some counterplay. Okay, probably, like, if you even manage to go to the second rank, yeah, like, you take, I don't know, whatever, like, rook. Okay, rook d6, but also knight d7, but something works. So knight d7 is now an idea. And let's say, I don't know, you like, whatever, like bishop e7, rook c6, and like rook e2 and rook f2. This is only one check because of bishop on a3. So it's never enough counterplay for, I don't know. Sorry. Looks like never enough counterplay for...
No, the second game looks pretty bad.
Like they say, as the professionals suggest, white has an extra piece here. So let's say after, if we go back here, so probably if black tries to keep the queens, whatever, like queen e6, but also like rook d6 comes with a tempo, and also like I'm not sure if like if queen a5 is totally wrong, because like it's not like technically I'm not even opening the a file, because knight on b6 does some wonderful job. Yes, let's say rook b5, some tempo, attacking on c5, and here okay like queen c3. Okay, maybe this is like is a necessary, like to take the pawn on e5. I guess maybe white should focus. I mean, once the queen protects b2, one extra time, maybe black can just, I don't know, white can focus like on knight d7, rook d6 play, and like reaching out for the black king as well, or also maybe putting the king on b1 and a1, or maybe some doubling the rooks. Okay, this looks not so great for honestly for black overall. So what else is happening? Maybe this game. Okay, this game looks like very calm. Morozevich against Lobanov. Another calm game. Somehow Morozevich, I think, is in some kind of trouble. Yeah, like it's like two bishops.
Yeah, but in general, you decided to participate in this Aeroflot because you just wanted to have some practice, or because you wish to enter this feeder circuit to try to qualify for the candidates.
Well, technically none of the above. I think like the big problem that this year I basically have 0 invitations to round robins. So this is like a little bit new reality for me. I mean, okay, maybe I just became weak and rusty, but maybe that's not the only reason, though. So normally I play in the Grand Chess Tour, but Grand Chess Tour like has a very like mixed lineup this year. Yeah, like I think they didn't care too much about rating this year. So all right, it's good that other guys getting chance. Yeah, like for example, like Levon is back to the full tour instead of like some wild card, and also like Duda is playing the full tour again. So of course, best of luck to the lads. Though, yeah, also like I can say I wasn't invited, and probably there are not so many tournaments this year. Like I mean, so before maybe it was even less. I'm not sure it was I can say it was, let's say, Linares. It was like I don't know, Dortmund, Sofia, and some years ago, and so on. So it would be like 5 to 6 round robins in a year. But now it looks like they have like 2 round robins in the Grand Chess Tour. And maybe, okay, this Vacanze, the Prague tournament, which is, going on, I think, like 2 rounds left there. So, and maybe that's it more or less. Yes, okay, this year it will be also some freestyle, but that's not the same. So, technically, anyway, if you try to participate, like, and fight for some place in the candidates, and you want to qualify through circuit, then you have to play open tournaments. So, of course, it was one of the reasons. But also, I'm technically, I mean, okay, then it was like the reality in which I would like pick tournaments to keep up to keep my shape, to keep myself sharp in spite of coming candidates or a match. It was like a little bit different life. So now I find myself in a different reality, and of course, like it's some extra chance to qualify because, we have like the World Cup, we have the Grand Swiss. But okay,
And
the World Cup
by rating,
by rating. No, I think the rating sport goes to the circuit. It's another point because Magnus, it's highly unlikely he will participate in the Classical World Championship, as it seems to me right now. So yeah. So that's probably the goal. Yeah, of course, like getting some practice because it would be like the first 2 or 3 months without any tournaments already. Yeah, I don't think we should count online as a full tournament. Of course, it's exhausting, but it's like still it's online and it's like not serious chess, like not classical chess at least. I mean, though in spite of like prize money, it's quite serious. But I mean,
and this Grand Swiss and World Cup, you both planning to play?
Yeah, I mean, okay, but if I want to qualify for the candidates, I have like basically no choice. So I mean, okay, if I suddenly qualify through the Grand Swiss, I mean, then maybe I will consider because like playing the World Cup in India is probably uneasy, even though it would be like November. But it's like a very special country, and I played before in Kolkata, and I can say, I liked my experience. So maybe okay, it will be of course a different city, like it will be New Delhi, I think, but. As far as I know, like Chennai is a really nice place. Maybe because it's like much closer to the ocean. And New Delhi, I mean, I'm not a big expert, unfortunately, in India's geography, but I think it's like somewhere like inside, like the peninsula. Yeah, so not sure. So some game to Nesterov against Garifulina.
Yes.
Battle of sexes. Yeah.
Battle of everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Garifulina is having a nice tournament, though. The nicest round was, I think, round 2. It was a good and short game against me. I was very, very, very pleased, obviously. But here she's suffering right now. Looks like white is too active and queen is misplaced a little bit.
And what can you say about your tournament here? Which games were of the most importance for you?
It's hard to say. I mean, somehow I never played a full game against like anyone who is like 27 and close to 27. Because of course it's like I was completely sure I will play Yesipenko tomorrow, but somehow the pairing was so probably Goganov played black previous game and I played white, so it was like color wise it was fine. But normally when someone is going up, it is decided because of the rating. But the thing was that the highest rated guy was Ricci, because I played Hans already. And I'm not a big expert of like all these rules, and but it could never be Ricci because they all played like Hans, Nisipenko, and Gaganov. They played against each other, so they had like their like micro tournament. So that's why probably it was Gaganov, and it was like, of course, pleasant surprise, but also, in spite of playing for a win with black, he's like very solid, and I have no idea basically what happened to his rating because he was always like about 26, and he was like super solid with white, playing all the like very solid openings like Catalan, and yeah. So good thing that draw was probably okay for me because of the tie breaks, like extra black game, and also like slightly higher average rating, but yeah. But I'm not sure. So it was like
and the quick draw against Hans. It was what?
Well, I think it was more about from the sporting perspective. Yeah, like so, I had like a nice tournament, and I bit unexpectedly I won against Akuban with black. So most likely the game should have ended in a draw. But in the time trouble, the rook end game was like maybe not as harmless as it might seem. So. I sort of checked the pairings and I thought if I don't lose in the last round because of the tie breaks and like the average rating, I more or less looked like I just guarantee myself like the sharing of the first place. And because of the better tie breaks and extra black game, it's very likely that I will become first. And that's why probably I didn't insist on playing too much in the second round. Yesterday, yeah, because I had a game in the morning, and normally I'm not a big fan of playing two classical rounds in the same day. I hope like in the future, probably the tournament will return to this like normal schedule. Because I think like the lineup would be even like more, basically stronger, if not this, 2 rounds a day, or at least maybe make it one day. Like
So you think the schedule stopped many strong players from participating?
I think so. Yeah, I think so because it obviously stopped me last year. So this year it's a little bit more more loose, let's say. Yeah, so it's not like 4 days, 2 games, 2 games each. Yeah, it's only 3 days, but also like I felt like completely exhausted, and I had like this 2 more or less easy wins in the D2 against Lea Garifulina and against Sergei Drigalov in this Queen's Gambit, and then the next day I had 2 draws, like hard-fought draws, and I like felt like I'm completely wasted. So, I mean, I could barely imagine what would happen if I have another 2 rounds per day. But yeah, thankfully it was like only 1 game. So Hans is getting angry with his king, it seems. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, of course, I have to ask you about the Hans proposal because he yesterday came here to our studio and he said that he also proposed you to play for some high stakes. That he is ready to give like $50,000 for charity and $50,000 for just to play a match against you. So what do you think? Will you accept or not? What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I mean, yesterday I think right after the game he asked me if I'm up to play some blitz, and I thought like some friendly blitz or whatever. So I never thought he's challenging me for some official match or something. And I said okay, maybe, but not today because like a tournament is going on, so like and so on. So well, I think. I don't think it's the smart way to to promote yourself with like challenging like the top players or like any players like, and basically throwing like the money like in all right, like I pay you like a lot of cash, come on, play with me and so on. So this is a little bit strange. I think
his point was he said that he's so tired that some players tries to unofficially boycotted him by refusing to play him in some tournaments, and he wanted to prove that he's just a player. And he said, like any top guy can basically choose a city, choose a place, choose whatever security you want. I will just show and prove and so on. So
I mean, of course, I see his point, and I say that surely he improved quite a bit through the past couple of years, and I think he does a lot of chess right now. So. Obviously, like he hasn't reached his peak yet, but I mean, I think it's like it's a problem for him as for US player being a little bit boycotted by the St. Louis Chess Club, which basically hosts all the tournaments in US, all the big tournaments, of course, and even now some tournaments is running right now these days, and. Probably he can also play in the US Championship, which is not enough. A lot of other tournaments are there like happening, and also I think this affects his possible participation in the Grand Chess Tour as a wild card. But of course, his career like had some different times, and like obviously his reputation suffered. So I'm not like in charge to decide if like. He used some assistance in OTB games or not, but I mean, of course, this whole story is very unfortunate, and I think he had. He also said that he, committed some wrongdoings playing online. So of course, this also doesn't help the case, but it's not like we shouldn't. I think based on this, we shouldn't like judge about the guy and forever blame him for this. So. Lately, I don't see anything wrong from him, of course, and of course he's like quite dedicated to chess and obviously not talentless. But once again, I'm not sure like if like as a person his behavior is like was affected. Of course, it was affected in some way by like all this like Magnus drama and like the lawsuits and everything. And of course, he had hard times. But I feel like right now he's a little bit more focused on some hype and he's throwing gloves into everyone, like challenging for match and so on and so on. Though the idea to play some blitz, I'm not completely against it. And
right now you already make up your mind. Will you accept or not?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely didn't make up my mind. I mean, it's not absolutely won't accept, because I don't see the big point in this. It's like seducing players with some money. I mean, a lot of friends wrote me, okay, why he's not challenging me?
Yes.
I also want to play and so on.
Yeah.
But I think the idea of the match with some charity, like for example, to help some, let's say, elder colleagues. So sadly, for example, a lot of grandmasters, they more or less, forced to play in some GM norm tournaments and AM norm tournaments, which is a bit sad. It's not about out of the passion for chess, but mostly about earning some money to survive. So probably if we can find some fine charity, not like abstract charity, whatever, but something really helpful. Then and if let's say the whole prize fund goes to this charity, so I'm not pretending for even a penny. Then this out of the charity, this can make some sense. Something like this could happen. But also, I mean, I have no problems with Hans as a chess player, but once again, I don't find his behavior too likable.
Too likable.
It's not too likable from my point of view, let's say.
Okay, then we will see how things will proceed, and also we'll have a match against Neil Dubov, which just starts tomorrow, and looks like the two players already agreed to play. Actually, what's your expectation for that match?
So
18 games, 3+2.
I think 2 days, 9 games per day. Well, I haven't played Hans too much with the Blitz, and also, I should say...
Over the board, you almost never played him.
Well, I played in Astana. So we played one rapid game, which was quite a boring draw. And then we played a couple of games in Catalan. It was 1-1 with wins for both sides. And then, I think I won a game in playoffs or something. I won a game with White. So I have minor plus with Hans, but I cannot give my expertise based on these several games. And also Daniil is well known to be a good blitz player, but also I can say I played too much against him lately. So for example, 6-7 years ago we played quite a bit, some friendly blitz matches, but sadly not anymore. Though of course he's quite good with maneuvering with his knights, as it's well known. But let's say if Hans managed to get rid of Daniil's knights, maybe Hans will have his chance. But jokes aside, I think it's a very close challenge, and they both finished on +6, I think, in New York as many other guys, but +6 is quite a bit. And lately Hans does quite well online, really well, not well, not like this. So I think it will work it will be very close encounter. So let's say from +2 to -2 for any player, but it's hard to pick a favorite.
But not more than +2 for any winner.
I think it will be super close, because I think also they both rely quite a bit on opening preparation, and they don't. I mean, at least Daniil, he always uses his best in every game, in Blitz, and he has a lot of ideas. And I think Hans also has very nice repertoire. So very unlikely anybody of them will be caught off guard. And let's say, I don't think they ever played before, because Daniil famously overslept his game in New York. So it will be quite challenging, and it will be on Levitov's chess channel. I think it will be.
I think so.
Would it be broadcasted? Surely, it should be.
I hope so. And
of course.
And another question comes: Will you watch or not?
Well, I don't know. I'm not.
I will, of course.
Of course.
Of course I will, yeah.
Okay, if you will,
I
I will
for
watch
sure.
too. But no, I mean it should be some fun show. But and also it's fun to see strong players playing some blitz. Yeah, well, obviously there is some extra, drama, extra, extra money on the line. So yeah, why not? We'll see. So okay, this looks like quite drawish. So once white plays before, black probably trades and plays at least rook e8, or also have some counterplay with h6 and h4, g4, f5. So this result is, if it's a draw, I'm fine with this, yeah, of course. And this is, yeah, not much can be done. I wonder if Sasha can ever push and lose this, but very unlikely, to be honest. So in the worst case, we just shuffle our knight from e4 to d5, and rook becomes more active, because rook on d5 is a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit.
So the problem, if you play rook d3 here, probably d5, yeah, makes us a bit worried. So it's an important square for the white knight.
I think they finished. It looks like.
Remy. Okay.
I think they
Tablas.
finished.
Tablas.
Yes, I think they finished.
Tablas.
Yeah.
Bien.
Okay.
Okay, so this is fine, yeah. Yeah, Isipenko chose the cheapest openings of all time, Petrov. Because I know what I'm talking about. I played it a couple of times myself.
A couple of times.
Yeah. Okay, in this game, basically, this is still a free result game, I think, yeah, but looks like if no big drama will happen, yeah, should be a draw as well. But yeah, maybe a little bit dangerous for black if he's not in time with the counterplay. But probably, I don't know, maybe some f5 might happen, yeah, even just minimize the number. Okay, f5 now takes rook e2, yeah, it's a perfect way to lose the game, yeah, with a logical sequence of moves, even here rook e5, yeah.
No, actually, if it's losing king f4, king g3, and it's.
No, but knight c6, knight d4, and c5, I think, yeah, unfortunately.
Why should be much
That's
weaker
good.
then?
But maybe we can prepare, prepare our d by d with some h4 move and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit unpleasant because rook d7 is always on the horizon, and knight 25 is a little bit restricted. So maybe here we play rook e8, just preparing ourselves for b4, and also maybe preparing f5. So there is not this cheap trick with knight d7 on the line anymore. So let's say if b4 and white takes the king, this makes little sense to me. Also rook e3, yeah, these knights are. Even though Dubov is not in the studio, knights are jumping, yeah. Knights are here. Yeah. So, how do you like making commentary?
Okay, you can take your rest. I think as a public.
No, I mean
just public actually rest. So if you enjoy my company and you want to join,
yeah, I can. But
of course I'm happy. But maybe the public waits for you, and
I don't want to,
I'm going normally game by game until the very, very end, and I'm doing my comments almost on any possible.
Pick one and we.
I'm just normally going one.
Okay, let's get back to yesterday's birthday boy Artemiev.
Yeah, so.
Not much happening, but now bishops are down. And yeah, Artemiev is pressing without pressing, famously. And another birthday boy from yesterday is Maxim.
He was doing fine.
Maxim was doing fine, but not anymore. Somehow, what happened to his pawn? No, wait. How did he lose pawn on h6?
He disappeared somehow.
So he took, and the guy... bishop h6. Okay, so... he's very tactical. So let's see if takes queen g4 was the intention. Knight g5, let's say h4. And let's say if we trade it with queen f5, then white takes here, and takes on c7, yeah?
We're not taking, just the knight now stands really well.
Yeah, and then once knight returns, there is no c6 to kick him. I mean, it still should be... I would guess it's still better for black because of the d file and everything. And also the pawn structure is a bit tough, but maybe we can play g4. King g2, then rook goes to h1, so another open file for white pieces. So instead of this, Maxim decided to play, very deep queen f5. And this is the position. And now he thinks if he wants to take on h3 or not, but... that's surely something to think about, but maybe he just takes and plays knight d6. I feel like this knight is deserves some respect. should be traded away immediately. But no, hang on, d6 is hanging, yeah? c7 is hanging, sorry. So basically, if you place your pieces well, then even your blunder is not so bad. Yeah, like so. Of course, in blunder it's on c7, but now I see. Okay,
Rook
the
e7,
rook e7.
bishop g5,
No, bishop
take
g5
takes.
is bad for white. I think. Yeah.
No, but it should be bad for white.
No, okay, this is dead loss, I guess. So let's say if he trades, did he trade or not? We only see Yaroslav. We don't see the game. Maybe c4 here might work. Let's see knight c4. Now you take on c7 and go back. But here knight b5. Let's see rook d5, knight c3. Yeah, looks doable for now. Maybe we can sacrifice like with king f7 and play for some beauty price, but who knows? Okay, thank you very much for hosting.
Okay,
And yeah,
congratulations for winning, and
thank you.
and keep on having such a nice track for the whole year.
Thank you.
Okay.
Best of luck.
Yeah. I don't need so much luck right now, but the players might need. So in our studio we had Jan Nepolovich. Thanks a lot to him for joining us and providing his views, his comments. So you've heard lots of interesting and important things about how he views the current situation, how he views his chances to qualify and to play in the candidates tournament, how he views this challenge from Hans Niemann, and how he views his as a player at all. So lots of interesting information. And once again, of course, we need to congratulate Jan. Anyway, it's a great achievement. He started off the year on a perfect way, even though, of course, sometimes I guess he would not be happy about his quality in certain games, but that's Jan. He's also, like me, a maximalist. He wishes to play all the games perfectly, which seems to be an impossible task in chess. Okay, let's go on to see some maybe lower boards which we were missing. Here looks white is very shaky because this diagonal looks very strong for black. This queen c6, bishop b7 on a very dominant position, and white is really has to take a lot of care. Looks very dubious for white. We didn't touch the Sergei Drigalov against Taba, but Taba seems to out-wrestled once more time. He's one of the best in that area, and looks like he's probably winning. It's hard to say. Position still a bit strange, but black has so many extra pawns, and white king is also weak. The pawn on e6 is a huge hope for white, but for the moment it does look very bad. Not so much things happening here. Vlad tries to keep the control and plays very in a slow and calm motion. Not so much going on. It can be possible in other trades, but against Ivan, this trading strategy is not the most effective because we already saw him playing 4 or 5 rook endgames during only this one tournament. So he must become a most famous, the most famous player who knows how to play all these rook endgames. You can't catch him unprepared, unaware there. So. Yes, next we saw this game Yaroslav already commented, Danishvar against Pavlov Danila. Symmetrical position. Okay, white has probably slightly better pieces. So position probably can be slightly better for white, even though, of course, laws of play. Denis Lozavik against Sergei Labanov looks quite bad for Denis. Because the b2 falls, f2 might fall, and black is having every piece is better standing for black. Looks very bad for white. No idea if white can hold it or not. Daniil Dubov, he was having a stable advantage against Artem Moskov. At least that's how I thought. And okay, let's return king f1, rook h8, king to g2, bishop f6, queen f3. King f8, which, yeah, you are normally maybe not in a huge wish to make such moves, but anyway, this bishop on f6 were lacking any squares, and maybe to put the bishop on g7 looks like some sensible idea. Bishop a2. A bit surprising move to my taste. I don't know if white is really needed to have this move. Why so? Why what? Okay, so Daniil played bishop a2. He knows his business, and okay, knight to e3, exchange, and so probably he avoided something by playing this preparation move, bishop a2. Rook to a1, back, rook to e8. White really slowed down. White really slowed down. Still position remains very unpleasant for black because white in a full control of all the important squares, and black is lacking any reasonable counterplay. But white needs to find a way how he wants to punch, and where he wants to punch, and so on. Knight came to b6 with tempo. Queen to c6, f5, take, and that's the current situation, which looks very tough for Artyom. He's still lacking any reasonable counterplay, and now f6 is in agenda. Also, g file comes open, and white may bring the other rook to g1. And okay, probably maybe some knight g8 will take place. Yes, I think indeed knight g8 played. Still, white needs to find a way how to break. And black is very passive, but okay, sometimes you're playing comps and you're having such a similar position where it seems that comp is almost stalemated and you're relaxing a bit, but then all of a sudden you're missing tactics and the situation can jeopardize, and nobody knows what's going to happen. But objectively, white is in full control. And with precise plays, it should be winning for white, no doubt. What's time? Time is 22 minutes for Daniil against 10 minutes for Artyom. Arseniy Nesterov was doing quite well against Leia Garifulina, and she upset lots of players in that tournament. And she was wise to lose quickly to Jan. So she picked up absolutely right choices at every moment. What do we have here? Can black protect the pawn on f7? Can black or not? So I don't see, but then it means that it's maybe mate, or I don't see some defense. Some defense, maybe b5, no, b5, rook f7. No, this I don't believe that black can hold it. This looks absolutely lost. To my taste, this I in big D's believe that black can try to hold it. If not b5, I don't see any other way to stop rook f7. And okay, pieces are coming to the 7th rank. So probably this position is just lost. h4 is played, and looks like black is simply winning. H takes g3. Okay, rook h5, g2 is coming, and it looks like it should be no defense for white. And it means that Pavel Pankratov, also one of our best and strong grandmasters, who had a very tough beginning of this tournament with 1 out of 3, he actually recovered nicely, and if he wins that game, he will finish with a respectful 6 out of 9, and even can try to hope to catch into some prizes. Next we have Rudik Makaryan, who is a little bit working with his king, but working for the good, because he is extra, lots of he has many extra material, and looks like black does not have enough to show. Looks like it should be easily winning for white. Vadim Zvyagintsev, he tries to defend one more one-sided type of endgame, and he is actually quite close to it. So rook e7, a bit move like this. I don't know what happens if just black goes to some rook c2. Is it possible or not possible? This rook c2, because okay, rook f2 is coming, some bishop c5 is coming. Okay, maybe rook c2, bishop c5 is is never a threat because white just delivers mate after rook 8 because the pawn is on h5 and okay, king f7, rook d7, king e7, knight c6. So black is probably better off not to play this move. And can black play bishop c5 now? What the expert thinks, is it possible? Looks actually possible for me. I don't see any punishment. Rook e6 and not taken f2. And who knows what's gonna happen there. I don't know. Definitely some lots of pawns hanging for both sides. And who is better and why, it's also hard to say. Vahe against Polina. Polina have a rough tournament with some ups and downs, but she recovered by winning her last 2 games in a row. And Armenian player had a brilliant tournament with lots of individual achievements, with lots of nice move and nice play. But this position looks absolutely bad for him. Hard to imagine that white can defend it. It looks just probably just lost for white. And if Polina shows the accuracy till the end, she can score the win, and she can also finish the tournament on a very respectable 6 points out of 9. And next we have Maxim Volkov against Khartsov Vladimir. It was lots of fight, lots of play. Okay, his current position is dead lost for black. Okay, he's pieced down and in a total zugzwang. Mamikon Garibyan against Maxim Samosenko. The material is equal, but the huge problem is this knight on b1, which is completely stuck for the moment. And okay, but might hope to get some rook f4 and try to circle this c3 pawn, even though I objectively think that it should be very unpleasant for white. It's also who is the move, black's to move, it's even black to move. He might find something useful for sure. Very dangerous situation for white. Okay, Matvey Kalchenko, Shamsidin Vahidov, that's draw. Aydin Suleimanli against Ivan Rozov. Okay, it's a bit easier now. The position were much more tough for black, I would say. Still it's far from saying that black has solved all their problems, but at least material is a little bit limited now. Black can push a6 and trade, and some bishop c king g7, consolidate. It should be acceptable, acceptable and defendable. David Paravyan against Reza Maghdavi, Iranian player. So white did not succeed in making any extra pawn, it seems, and it's a bit hard to say what goes on, but okay, looks playable for both sides. Maybe knight f6, knight f4 can come. Shima with black, he's an exchange down. And wow, and where does the compensation? Does it exist? Looks very sad for our famous player. What to do? Because okay, if queen f6, queen d7, white may pick up the bishop, and it's not clear if black does have any big threats. Some queen h4, king, let's say f1. Okay, the rook is hanging. If rook d8 and king, queen e7, f7, f8 square doesn't exist. So I don't know. Looks like that it should be very bad for black. Nikita Matinyan against Petrosyan Munel. Okay, white will probably end up playing 3 against 2, which is objectively drawn. Lev Zverev against Dmitry Bocharov. Some complicated endgame. Okay, white has an extra pawn, but black has certain some activity. Okay, Mikhail Nikitenko won his game. Nikita Afanasyev also won his game. It was a quick disaster for black, because after queen e3, suddenly black faced a huge problem how to protect the knight. Okay, Isaac went for g5, but g5 is obviously a bad sign. That's okay. If you need to play g5 something, okay, queen e4 he wants to trade queens, but okay, white picks up the pawn, and okay, he has just all the pleasure on us to play this. Here, white is an exchange down still, but okay, white gains some pawns in and probably hoping to have some compensation. Still lots of play ahead. And okay, I'll just quickly see some results, maybe if some of game finished. Vladislav Forotnikov, one of the heroes in the tournament, just a reminder, he's 77 approximately, or maybe already turned 38. Who knows? He unfortunately lost his last round game, and okay, that's life, that's just it happens. And okay, let's go back to the top tables. There might be something interesting we can miss. Richie is still there. Okay, white got this potentially very unpleasant outside pass pawn, and black is hoping to get into some play on the other side. Still looks holdable for me. I'm not without thinking that black has chance. Okay, maybe some g4 is coming, but overall, of course, is already the pawn is on f4, and that makes white's chances to be probably slightly better. Not so much going on here, so players are very, very careful not to blunder something, not to give up some extra chances for any side. Game goes towards the draw, it seems. Here still looks very dangerous for white. Maybe some rook f6 is coming or whatsoever. It looks like the white king in a bigger danger than actually black's one. And here just probably the accurate calculation from black requires, and it should be winning for black. Here's something strange going on. Okay, so the game proceeded take rook e4, rook d6, bishop h4, rook c6, bishop f2. Looks very scary for black, as we decided with Jan. Rook f3, but Sava knows. Sava activated all his pieces, and rook c8. I don't know if it was a required action. What's wrong with some simple moves? I don't know, bishop b2. That feels wrong or not. Maybe the bishop could be hanging somewhere, hard to say. Okay, so check happens, and c6, so Aronak is... Okay, but both pieces are hanging. I don't know, the knight on b6 is hanging, and the bishop on e3 is hanging. He hopes to both times to capture black's pieces. Rook c3 check. King to b2. Getting so many moves in that game. Why king to b2? What's wrong with king to d2? What's wrong with king d2? Let me... Okay, bishop b6, king c3, that's not an option. Bishop e1. Bishop e1, of course, bishop e1, and... yeah, this can be unpleasant. Okay, so king b2, bishop to d4, an obvious reply. Now there is this nasty discovery check. Rook f8 check, king to e6, rook to e8 check, king to f5, rook to f8. So looks like the game just can finish in a draw, but actually no, because the white player played knight f4. It's a bit strange move to my choice. I don't. Does he really think that if black just captures on c6 he can win it? I would be definitely accepting draw, because obviously you blundered something earlier. Okay, Raunak is still ambitious. He's playing. That looks definitely ugly for white. I don't know, this construction knight h3, f4, f3 makes lots of potential problems for white king and no any counterplay in return. Aram having a tough times. Here actually the game goes in a way we suggested here in our quick analysis with Jan. Black looks better, but I don't know if it's easy to convert or not. Anyway, white is onto the offensive. Danishvar is completely winning. He's a piece up. So he used his chance and he upsetted a hero of the tournament. Just to remind you that Danila Pavlov, he won 5 games in a row prior to that game. And if he would, just imagine if he would win this as the 6th one, it's gonna be maybe all-time record, if not the Taba, who actually probably won 6th or 7th in a row last year. Anyway, our congratulations for both players. Danila showed that he's capable of winning lots of games against the good players, and Danishvar once again showed that his actually chess strength is quite well, and he's a player with the potential to go up and forward. Denis Lozovic probably that's lost. It's hard to say. Okay, he's having tough times against Sergei Lobanov. Obviously, the position seemed even worse to me, but somehow he managed to trade his knight for the black's bishop and also get rid of this very dangerous pass pawn on b3. But still, black has chances to get some 2 pass pawns against none, and it could be fatal for white. Daniil is still enjoying. Okay, the game slows. Also goes a bit slow here. Knight f6, c4, knight to queen to d7, rook at b6, some repetition, rook goes to g1, knight goes to j8 back. The problem for Artem, yes, he's not losing immediately, but he's totally lacking any counterplay. He's lacking any spaces for his pieces, and Daniil can simply enjoy the moment. Arseniy Nesterov did win against Leah Garifulina. The game ended up with a pure checkmate, because in that position it happened check, king g2, queen c5, rook f7 check, king to g8. No idea why black decided to play till the mate, but okay, queen e7 is just mate. So it means that Arseniy also ends up with 6 out of 9, while Leah, despite her great efforts showed lots of creativity, she ends up with 5 out of 9. Still, there are 3 female prizes, I think, for the tournament. I don't know if Polina, who made 6 out of 9, can pretend on taking both prizes. I mean, for main category and for the female. If it's possible, then of course, obviously, she will take the first place in a female competition. And anyway, Leah seems to be taking the 2nd place, which is also quite good in itself. Pavel Pankratov won his game against Oleg Vastruhin. Rudik Makaryan also finished his job and took too many extras against Arash Takbas, the evergreen rook and game player. Artem pinging against Vadim Zvyagintsev, g3. Wow, a typical Vadim in a situation after rook s7. I would consider some forcing lines, but he of course sees the board in a different way, and he finds immediately this f4 move, g takes, and g3. And now the situation becomes very, very complicated. Black also gets some dangerous pawn. Both kings are exposed, and it can be anything can happen here. especially given the present time on clocks. Both players are less than on 15 minutes. Objectively, it might be equal, might be forced draw. I don't know, but in the actual game, everything can happen. Polina is not yet finished her job. Okay, so she's choosing how to play, what to do. It's a question: can she play King H7? Let's say Queen F4, G6. White probably goes first some King H2 to avoid any checks, and still it's not immediately winning. Even though, of course, it felt completely winning, but I think she played Queen B8, and White is probably supposed to take the pawn on B5. Anyway, this is untouchable two pieces. They will ever protect each other. And the question how she wants to finish White. But okay, White has some idea of D6, D7. Of course, if pawn reaches to D7 position, would be probably no longer winning for Black. She might consider just Queen E7 after Queen B5, Queen E7, maybe with an idea to go this way. Still, I don't know if it's immediately winning or not, but a bunch of chances, of course. Bunch of chances. It seems that she played some other move. Not maybe Queen E7, I think she played some other move. Maybe Queen D8, maybe she just wants to go Queen B6. Maybe she thinks it's simpler, because then after Queen B6, Queen 8, King H7, then Queen E4, Queen G6. So Black just covers and not weakening the king. So maybe that's her point. Okay, let's say King H2, universal, then Queen B6, Queen E8, King H7, and then it seems that White is lost. It seems so. If D6, then Black goes Queen B6, and no tricks left. It looks. No tricks left, it seems. Yeah, Queen B6 is actually a huge idea. Anyway, King H2 is useful, but after Queen B6, I don't see how White can defend. Queen 8, King H7. And does White has any chances there? Not clear. Okay, Maxim Volkov won his game against Vladimir Zakhartsov. Okay, too much excitement here yesterday. Okay, Vladimir was playing very fighting chess throughout the events. This is a stabilized position. Okay, symmetry. Okay, maybe that should be okay for White. That has the nice pieces left, and maybe Black cannot count on something big here. Bishop G5, Bishop D5. Still the torture goes for Black. Still, of course, unpleasant. David Paravian and Reza Mahdavi agreed the draw in some strange position. Sansanich is about to stop the clocks. In complete desperation. Something went wrong to him at the second half of the tournament. Okay, that's happened. It happens from time to time. Here 2 against 1. Okay, objectively should be draw. Here looks like the youngster is winning. Some knight c6 is coming and should be winning. Okay, this knight is completely loose on f5. This objectively, no doubt, should be winning for White. This white one. Artem Stribuk is losing probably. Yeah, white has no checks. Okay, black queens, and chances for perpetual are too distant. What else we have? Arsene Davtyan is against Andrei Gorovets. Complete mess. Okay, white is in a piece up, but black has quite a huge attack ongoing, and it's hard to say who will mate, or if you can black mate or defend. It's hard to say. Position is very concrete. E takes d4. A calm through the storm. I don't know if white can take the rook or not. d3 maybe. Bishop e3. I don't know if it's losing or not losing. Absolutely no idea actually. So what goes on? So this should be actually well calculated. Otherwise, it's easily to go wrong. Maybe. Okay, but GH I can take on f4. It looks like it should be d3 first. And bishop e3, and here maybe black intends to take on h4 first, maybe. So some funny play. Here it looks like white is having troubles. Black has just too many pawns. Evgeny Nair, the only player with no draws in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. He relatively easily won his final round against Alexander Zabotin, and it means that Evgeny made a performance 5 wins for losses so far. Incredible stuff. Alexander Tripishko made yet one more draw. Okay, maybe not the best performance by my teammate, but of course we all love him not because of that, let's say, but just because the way he is. Do we have something else interesting in this bottom boards? Roman Shakjiv, he lost, it says, his final game against Alexei Grachov. It was some Karo. And okay, so anyway, a good experience for our most famous prodigy so far. And some other games seem to be in progress. And okay, let's go back to the top boards. Richie Rappert is still reported to be playing. Okay, position should be very close to the draw. Maybe some rook g8, rook g3. It's time to take some pawns here. Anyway, this looks like it should be there. Just with chess, you can never relax. You can always commit a blunder. That's the point. Objectively, it should be, of course, going into the in for the draw. 4 against 3, and again, Zemlyansky Ivan, rook endgame. Enjoy your life. Here, who mates whom? Who mates whom? It's who's to play? It's white to play. It's white to play. What to do? Okay, if f7, I guess rook is 6. That's probably the point. If queen, then queen d3 and black wins. Then black wins. So objectively looks bad for white. The king is probably more exposed than the black ones. The black is actually hiding after g5 instead of it. King on h5 stands relatively safe, and white king is yeah, so looks like lost for Sergei Dragalov, and it means Taba is again showing great mastery in coming back to the tournament, because he has very a low start with 2.5 out of 5, but then he was able to win his last 4 games. Okay, so his game is not yet finished, but he has all the chances to be the winner here. Here, Ronak decided bravely to continue playing, even though I have 0 idea why, because he can't win such a position, he can only lose it. But okay, emotions or adrenaline took over, and he decided to continue playing. Also, an interesting game from Sava. Here, he looks actually is maybe not that bad as it was. This position is quite simplified, but is still keeping an equal material. Also, both players are down to the last seconds, not seconds, but to the last minutes. And I'm far from saying that white is already better, but it looks like the worst is clearly over. White can probably try and hold it. B5, what goes on here? Because this white might hold, maybe. Even though, of course, this B pawn is quite quick, connected with a strong position rook on c2, but the material limited. White also has some activity. So again, it seems that the worst is also over for white here. Danish Barbardier won his game. This looks kind of tough for white, but probably black still needs to be precise. But I think with a precise place it should be winning for black, it looks like. Daniil is still massaging, but the black in a total Zugzwang. If I push some f6, I think just absolutely no moves for black. It's hard to imagine. I don't know if queen g8 even wins, yeah? Takes, king d7, knight b6. Okay, if white is lazy to calculate, it's probably enough to take the piece. No need to search for the mate, just win the piece and be happy. No need. I think I would definitely play this. Okay, the knight is enough. Maybe white can mate somehow, but why to spend your time in calculating some queen g7 or some other brilliances if you can just end up in an endgame with a knight up? So it means that Daniil will recover at least from having a bit tough tournament this time. 6 out of 9, obviously not, I guess, what he has expected at the beginning. I guess at least 6.5 was his goal to achieve. But okay, sometimes it was probably tough to him. Maybe he didn't acclimatized for playing 2 rounds per day. It's really something special. Maybe he also missed a bit of luck, but anyway, the main event come tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and for this event, he is probably at least he will go there with a better mood. Anyway, 6 points is not yet so bad, even though it looks like not sure if he will get any circuit points, and not sure if he will improve his elo, but he might consider this as some warming up and plus maybe some little consolation prize. Arseniy Nesterov did the same. He won against Leia Garifulina. Pavel Pankratov won against Oleg Vastruhin. Rudik Makaryan won against Arash Takbaz. All these players will end up with 6 out of 9, and it means it will be probably a huge tie for the last prizes. Maybe it will be a huge tie between place 5 till place 16, so till from 6 till 17. I don't know, something like this. We will try to see it later. But of course, I don't know if the prizes will be shared in case of this tie, or they will be divided according to some additional coefficients. I have no idea. The regulations I'm not too much strong about. Artem Pingin versus Vadim Zvyagintsev. The dominance against the pass pawn. Still hard to say what goes on. So black has some idea of rook b1. Does it strong or not? I have no idea. But anyway, white has a passive rook on f1, and it looks like it's, I don't know, it's maybe close to equal, then to anyone's favor. It's actually a nice position. Black can enjoy it and play it, and white can try to to make sort of a fortress. Because both pawns are well protected, but I think just white may missed an opportunity to. Okay, this should be objectively winning, of course, for Paulina. Okay, Griban Samosenko ended up in a draw. Matvey also draw. Ivan Rozum having still very unpleasant defense. Okay, he has chances to hold, but that's the whole scenario is unpleasant for him. Shima is still on, but okay, objectively he is dead lost. The pawn just decide the game. This rook on c8 is very passive, and the Indian monster seemed to upset Alexander, and seems that he is winning. This probably will the draw. Rook g4, white concluded win. Anyway, a nice and probably successful tournament for Lev Zverev. He finished actually one of the best among this category under 14 or under 15. I don't know what is exactly. Because Artem Moskov, he was on +3, but he lost his two last games. And Lev managed to win his last game, and he finished on +2. Only Ivan Zemlyansky, if he makes a draw, will finish and will keep on +3. But for that, he needs to defend 4-3 against Vladislav Artemiev, who is a big expert in taking advantage of such a positions. What else we have here? Lots of games already finished. Okay, this is already coming to 50%. Maybe it's not of big importance. Let's go back here. Hans is still trying. Okay, position looks objectively a draw. But of course, white can try to play and to use this. Even without the h-pawn, it's objectively a draw, but with the presence of this pawn, it should be drawn more easily. This is a 4-3. It's really hard for stronger side to make any significant progress. But of course, yes, buy the popcorn and wait another 1.5 hours. It looks like the game can be completely like that. Taba is what? He's delivering the mate, it seems, or what? Okay, white should sack probably the queen to avoid being mated. And if he does so, then okay, then he cannot control the rook, and the rook probably falling after some checks. So this looks a dead loss for white. Because okay, the very big importance the security of the black's king. Yeah? Some g5, and white is always white can never have any dangerous checks while the white king is completely opened, and that's a decisive factor. Sava against Ronak. Here everything can happen, because both players, I don't know if they're both trying to win or what they're actually trying to achieve. I have no idea. Ronak seem to have try and play, even though position looks objectively equal, but it's also quite easy to blunder from white. Ronak somehow he believes in himself that he can play on and he will not blunder. Very great self-belief. I'm normally thinking that even I cannot be in such a self-belief that if I continue playing with hanging pieces, I will not blunder. Okay, rook g2 is played. Okay, objectively should be of course holdable for black, but okay, white keeps all the pieces on the board, hoping that he will outsmart his young opponent in some endgame. Still Ronak down to his last minute, and Sava, which is actually quite nice of him. He plays with a very nice speed. He's normally having more times than his opponents, so he's normally under control. I think he played some rook c6 probably. Yeah, white banked rook b8. Okay, white nicely protected this knight on b2. White nicely protect the second rank. They protect the other. But the question, how does he wants to win? How does he wants to win? Anyway, it can be really long journey, a long game. Lots of pieces left. And they can play and they can enjoy. Ilya Ilyushonak agreed the draw. He missed a huge chance. It's probably just it was just a repetition of moves. So like this, he had a big advantage at certain moments in Simt, but okay, Aram stayed faithful, so he didn't lose the game, and both players will finish on +3. Here looks like white might be lost. So okay, this pawn is on b2, and white did not succeed in eating any of black pawns. What white was doing? Meanwhile, I thought okay, white has some. I thought like here white has some nice activity, but how this activity goes here? Go back. Okay, here b4, king d5, b3. So white was basically looking for some activity, but not creating any threats. b2, king d6, a bit like this, knight to f5, and that looks like over probably. Don't see how white want to checkmate black. Just knight c4, rook c1 is coming. King d7 he came. This. Okay, what is the threat for black? What kind of study-like things here Yaroslav is trying to achieve? I don't get his idea how he wants to make some mating net. King g8 happened. Why king g8? Let's see what was wrong with knight c4. Maybe something was wrong. It's hard to say. He players must have seen some tricks from white. King e7 he played. Okay. So what is the trick now? The trick now is knight c4, rook d1 maybe. Not a knight d2. That's not a trick. Rook f1 probably. Yeah, the trick is rook f1. Okay, after rook f1 there is a checkmate. That's why he played king g8. Okay, now I see the point. Now I see the point. Okay. Now it's something king g8, king e7. Yes, and Maxim is taking his time, or he went for g6 probably. Yeah, he went for g6, white went for h4. Still, it's a question, will white have any threats? Still, if knight c4, rook f1, then a perpetual check at least. But even even black can lose. Okay, not lose, but perpetual check for sure. And that's, of course, a sad news. So king to g7. So he wants maybe just to go king h6, king h5, and to run away. Yes, maybe his next move, I think, is just king h6. And if black king reaches h5, it should be more or less safe. Rook f1 is played. And what now? Maybe king h6, same idea. Can black allow themselves to go this? King h6, okay, I don't see the mate, king h5, h3, king h4, we're just in time to run out from the cage. To run out from the cage. So you see that the white player is very concentrated. Maybe he wants some h3. Yes, h3, but h3 makes no sense. Black can go king h5. Also, I don't know, rook c1, if black just goes, if white has any threats. I don't know if rook c1, because rook f7, rook c7, and rook f8, I just queen. Don't see any mating nets no longer. So maybe brutal. Maybe brutal rook c1. Yes, rook c1 is played. Rook c1 is played. Hard to say what does white want. Yeah, white resigned, just no any mating nets. Maxim escaped, and that means that he is finishing on +4. Finishing on +4, a good of course result for him. So whom else we have? Here looks the game will conclude it in a draw. Here the game most likely will conclude it in a draw. Here, there and everywhere. Here I don't know, it's hard to say. Okay. Ronak is doing his best to confuse Sava, but still looks closer to equal. Tabe, he won his game against Sergei Drigalov. Bardier Denishvar also won his game. Here they're in an important position, which were of a big problem to Denis Lazarek. This looks dead lost. Somehow this looks really lost for white. Now if actually if e2 wins, it might be winning. Why not? Just go maybe e2. Now this somehow feels completely lost for white. So then it means that Denis Lazarek, who actually played to my taste a very good tournament, and actually he played lots of nice and instructive games, might end up without any prize, just because the prize of the last round loss is normally too huge. And Sergei Labanov, who actually had some ups and downs, I remember he had some position troubles. Actually, he finished nicely and can catch up with the leaders and can also end up with 6.5 out of 9. Daniil Dubov, he won his game, but it's already the group of players who will be on 6 out of 9. It's actually another big group, lots of players. Arseniy, Nesterov, Pavel Pankratov, Rudik Makaryan, lots of players. Vadim Zagintsev made a draw. Polina Shuvalov will probably join them. Volkov Maxim already won his game. So Aydin Suleimanli also won, but it's already the player with +1. So with +3, there are also lots of players. Actually, black played not e2 as I thought, just rook e1. Rook b4 check. Rook b2. A bit strange way of defending. I think black has different ways how to win this. So king c3, rook e6. I think both of these moves should be winning. I don't see any big chances here for Deniz. Don't see so much of the big chances. Okay, let's take a look then back to Hans' game. Hans is still there, Hans is still playing, even though it's hard to say what he really hopes for. This game is still also in progress. So Vlad is playing on his last minute against Ivan Zemlyansky, who has lots of time. I think Zemlyansky twice upsetted Vlad in Sochi last year. I think he won 2 games, one in Rapid, one in Blitz, if I'm not mistaken. And now he seemed to hold it in a relatively comfortable way. Maybe e5, it can be after e5. Maybe even g3 can be considered, hard to say. Maybe even like this, and then just g2. And it should be draw without any big play. So here there are still can be any results. White can blunder, black can blunder, or it can be still a draw. That's just playing. So usually when I was playing with such a desire from white side, I was normally losing. But it was me, and Ronak seemed to be much more comfortable in playing these endless games, thanks to the huge practice on chess.com, probably. So, okay, white is objectively, of course, hard. We can imagine them losing, because okay, he has all the pieces protected. But anyway, it's also hard to imagine that he has some realistic chances of winning. But okay, so the players are playing. Maybe Raunak hopes that Sava can also reach the moment when he'll be also playing on his last minutes, and then okay, in this blitz. The blitz period of the game, he might feel that he is a favorite. Okay, all the other games have finished. Yes, king c3 and Denis Solzavik just resigned. A big win for Sergei Labanov. He is also on 6.5 out of 9. A very good result for him. So let's just see. Okay, we'll see and check if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm not mistaken. He was also on 5.5. Yeah, he had maybe not an easy start, but then he won against Evgeny Nair, very important game. Yes, it made him possible to went to +3, then draw against Danishvar, and now the win against Denis Lazavik. And actually, it's a big result. So with 6.5, we will have probably a big group of people. Imagine if Richie and Hans makes a draw. Let's a bit calculate. So we will have Alexei Gaganov, Hans Niemann, Richie Rapat, Andrei Yesipenko. It's 4 players. Taba 5 player. Maxim Matlakov 6 player. Danishvar Bardi 7th player, and Sergei Labanov 8th player. In case the other games ends in a row, I mean, if not Sodvani or Vitokin wins, so it's at least 8 players will share from 2nd to 9th, it seems. And then it means that the players who achieved 6 out of 9, they will probably share the 10th to 20-something place, and they will split the remaining prizes, hopefully so. Otherwise, I mean, it's a bit strange to receive them by some additional coefficients. I don't think it's the right politics, but okay, who I am. There is some reglement for that, and yes, Hans reported to agree the draw. The official results. Here the players are also supposed to agree the draw. Yes, they traded all pieces. E5, they play till the end. Rook F7, this, and traded every possible piece, so they played the whole game. Okay, Vladislav was known to be quite successful in that type of the games, but you see these young players are quite steady, so they have already a steady hand despite the young age, and sometimes you relying on your technique, but okay, the draw is a draw, but no chance to win. It means that both players will remain on 6 points out of 9, and we have these masterpieces still going on. And Ronak finally he takes some pawns. Finally, and Sava is coming to his last minutes. Okay, he still has 4 minutes on his clocks, so still pretty okay. I don't know if he's already forced to be very precise, or he still can just play and enjoy. I would be slightly worried with black here. Okay, my 1 pawn disappeared, the 2nd pawn is hanging, my rook is hanging. What did I achieve moving back and forward for last moves? Okay, there is a check on the 1, king b3. So maybe another check, and okay, white can cover maybe. White can cover, and then what? Okay, if I'm supposed to play this exchange down, then of course I dislike it. I for sure dislike it. This is probably the only interesting remaining game. All the other games on the top board has finished. Okay, Polina Shuvalova also won her game, and that means she's also in a group with 6 points. But this can be a game where the winner can join sharing the 2nd place. Both players are on +3, and Rook e2 was probably given a check, and white went knight to b2. White is still boxed, still not easy to get these pieces out. But rook c2, rook e3 probably, that's what white intends, to play just an exchange up. rook c3 played. Okay, defending the pawn, and now maybe rook c3 and bishop b2. Maybe some action from black, then maybe bishop c1. And looks okay. If black will not lose this e3 pawn, it should be fine for them. So we're getting the moves, but slightly slow. Slightly slow. Okay, rook c3, rook b4 played. So a bit uncertain what white wants here. Okay, white stopped all these cheapos, but okay, this maybe h3 pawn can be lost now. I don't know if black can just go after the h3 pawn. If some rook h2, rook h3, some simple chess. Because okay, if this pawn is gone, then okay, all chances of white should be gone. Unfortunately, they're actually playing. I'm just not getting these moves quickly. It's a bit of with some the moves are coming with some delay. So I see the actions, but I'm not seeing the moves. Okay, rook b4, but it's more things happened. Aha, so rook, okay, let's go back. Rook b4. Just to get this. Take. 4. Rook f2 he played. Rook b6, e2. Actually, nice place from Sava. So he wants to show some teeth. That not only you will be active, I also can be active. Why I'm supposed to be passive? Even though I don't know what the exact threat, but his presence of the pawn in the 2 can be also maybe just to take on h3 actually. It's maybe just the same idea. Maybe just an idea to go rook h3. Why not? I'm normally thinking that it should be well deserved if white loses such a game. Actually, bishop b4 played and he went rook c2. So black is playing for win because okay, rook h3 at any moment just secures the draw. But it looks like it's not in the wish of black. And that's for some good use. Yeah. The aggressor has to suffer at the end. White declined any draw, any reasonable repetitions for so many times, and hoping just to achieve something else. Fortunately, I'm not still getting the moves. Okay, rook c2 was played, white replied somehow. Maybe bishop f5 he played. Black opted for rook f1. Okay. But is still in some unpleasant tie. And also Ronak is playing under his last seconds for so many moves. Of course, he must be a King Kong that he doesn't mind playing such a chess. Rook f1. Unfortunately, black cannot maybe create a huge threat, but just white pieces are so discoordinated still that everything can happen. Even though I don't see the direct threat after rook f1, maybe white can just wait. No, but it's clear that black is playing for win because okay, black will just go some e1 and take on b2. It should be draw, but Sava actually tries to win, I think so. Unfortunately, the moves are Moves are completely out. Not getting. This looks like just shuffling back and forth with this rook, but it's strange. I mean, this makes no sense of these moves. Yeah, unfortunately, no moves. Okay, we can maybe try to get something from the picture. Okay, they're obviously moving, obviously something changed, but the board is completely frozen. Okay, if the board is frozen, what we can do? Okay, let's check if there are any other interesting game in progress. Okay, this is not the most interesting game in progress. And then it leaves us very, very go below. Below. We have also already somewhere there. Some tough endgame for white, or maybe I can hold it, who knows. It's already, but that's already players with a minus zone. It's already players with -1 probably, so I don't know if it's of any big importance to follow this. So from the reasonable games, it's only one game still in progress, and that's an important one. Okay, let's move there. Okay, somehow we got some position. I don't know how it's actually came there. Okay, let's try to reconstruct this one. Okay, e2, bishop b4, rook c2, bishop e1. Bishop e1 he played. Rook f1, bishop f5, rook f2, bishop e1, rook f1, bishop f5, rook f5. And they just agreed to draw by repetition of moves. Okay, probably still equal. How to say? I think white was a bit playing with fire, hoping to squeeze out of it, but at the end, all ends well. So all the top games has been finished. So we can conclude a little bit of the final standings. So we'll check this pair. So how many players we have on 6.5? It looks like I named them all correctly. I will try to repeat. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is the sole winner of that event. All the congratulations to Jan. So 7.5, the clear first place. Then it is a big share of the second place with, okay, I don't know this additional coefficients or all that. So Alexei Gaganov, Hans Niemann, Richie Rappert, Andrei Sipenko, Amin Tabataba, the last year's winner, Maxim Matlakov, Danishvar Bardia from Iran also, and Sergei Labanov. So these 8 players seems to share from 2nd till 9th place. So our congratulations for all of them. Obviously, 6.5 in such a strong field, it's a clearly a success. Then we have a big field with players on 6 out of 9 with mixture feelings, probably for some players like Vladislav Artemiev or Daniil Dubov or Alexander Grishuk, maybe this is not something huge, but for some young players or maybe for some other players, obviously it could be considered like the best result in their chess career. So for today, I guess that's it. So thanks all of you who was staying with us in our live broadcast. I was here with you, Alexander Morozevich, for all these 6 days, and hopefully to see you all in Moscow, in Russia, in the chess scene. Just let's play and let's just enjoy chess.